I'm my beloved and he is mine. His banner over me is love. I'm my beloved and he is mine. His banner over me is love. His banner over me is love. He leads me to his banqueting table. His banner over me is love. He walks me to his banqueting table. His banner over me is love. He leads me to his banqueting table. His banner over me is love. His banner over me is love. Yashaya is the rock of my salvation. His banner over me is love. Yashaya is the rock of my salvation. His banner over me is love. Yashaya is the rock of my salvation. His banner over me is love. His banner over me is love.
Praise AHAYAY. Children of Israel are here. Mount Hor. We're going inside the tomb to pray for our brother Aaron. Holy land, Qadash. We are in Qadash. And as you know, Mount Hor is at the border of the children of Israel heritage. So we're still within the borders, but this is one of the borders.
Qadash haya sham haya malak wafka thabat zawanka haya aisha baharat za kawahaya bashmaya nothing lanawa lakan kawyawam wasalat nawa khawaf nawa kasalat nawa kawaf nawa la thabayan nawa من السعي والطباع هواشناوا ميراي كيالكا هملاقوا وهلا وحسبها وأولا
Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory. Amen. praise all the time.
All glory and praise to AHAYAY, Yashaya, Qadash, Rawach. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. Like in the days of Moses, causing genocide, make the midwife lie and hide. You should have been like Herod, scouting out the earth, waiting for Mary to give birth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. No, no, you should have never let me wake up to this truth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. You've been studying our books, so yeah, know it's true. Isaiah chapter 6 verse 2. It says in 2,000 years that he would wake us up. He saw you slipping, you messed up. He said he poured his holy breath in these old bones for his chosen children to come home. You cannot stop the prophecies to wake us up. Battle lion for his arm is up. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. No, no, you should have never let me wake up to this truth. Hey, 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 you should have never let me wake up to this truth. You should have never let me wake up to this truth. Yashaya coming down, he's gonna rid this place, bring it back round to its right state. We gonna praise AHAYAY's name, we gonna pick him up. Wait until Yashaya to show up. We should have never let me wake up to this truth. No, no, you should have never let me wake up to this truth. Hey, come on now, you should have never. You should have never. Give it up to the prophets. Give it up Elijah, Isaac, and Moses, and Abraham, Solomon, and David, and Noah, and Samson. We're talking David, and Jonah, and Joshua, and Elias. We're talking Peter, and Paul, and even Jeremiah. We're talking Yashaya. I say, Yashaya. Did I mention Yashaya? You should have never let me be. You should have never let me wake up to this. No, you should have never let me wake up to this. I give glory and praise to AHAYAY. All glory and praise to AHAYAY. Give me the
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulder, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I got to run. I do what I can when I can, when I can for my people. 'Cause the enemy is plotting to take our lives. So I gotta stand up. I'm taking my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear higher calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, when the sun begins to shine, I gotta stop moving towards that separated line. I went into muddy water. I got made up mind. I got a made up mind. And I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. 'Cause Yashaya had to die, so who am I? So I'm gonna stand up, taking my people with me. Yeah, Father crossing, AHAYAY is calling my name. Keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones, and I know what's around the bend might be hard to face 'cause I'm alone, but I just don't fear 'cause AHAYAY's here. I wanna see Yashaya's face.
Stand up, taking my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Across the river, I hear AHAYAY calling, calling me to answer. Keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, taking my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Across the river, I hear AHAYAY calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, taking my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear AHAYAY calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep song keep it on.
Come on out of Babylon. Come on out of Babylon.
A higher prepared place for
Come
you.
on out of
A higher prepared place. A higher prepared place for you.
A highest got a place for you.
A higher prepared place for you. A higher prepared place. A higher prepared place for you. A higher prepared place.
That's where it all started, yeah. First commandment, love Ohio with all your heart. Second commandment, love your brother, love your sister. First commandment, love Ohio with all your heart. Second commandment, love your brother, love your sister. Love each other. Love each other. Love each other. Love each other. First commandment, love Ohio with all your heart. Second commandment, love your brother, love your sister. First commandment, love Ohio with all your heart. Second commandment, love a brother, love love. 'Cause a multitude of sin, all you have to do is find it. Oh, love cures everything and anything, and all you have to do is find it. 'Cause hurt people will hurt people, but love will cure the brokenhearted. And loving people, laying love on people, bring it back to love. That's where it all started, yeah. First commandment, love Ohio with all your heart. Second commandment, love a brother, love your sister. First commandment, love Ohio with all your heart. Second commandment, love your brother, love your sister. Love each other. Love each other. Love each other. Love each other.
Shalom. Praise AHAYAY Yashaya. First and foremost, I give all glory and praise to AHAYAY, Asher AHAYAY, Bahashem Yashaya, Qadash, Rawach. Welcome to the Nappy Hair Chronicles. Praise AHAYAY, guys. Thank you guys for joining me. Hold on. Let me see. I have an echo. Hold on. I think I have something open. Let me see. Let me fix whatever's going on here. Hold on.
I don't know. Mm, okay, bless the name of AHAYAY. So, guys, I just want to say shalom. I pray you all are having a blessed week. I have had a blessed week, and I thank AHAYAY. I just wanted to chime in and talk about some of the things that are going on, and there is a lot going on, brothers and sisters, as as you guys know, and as you see, these things, culminate, and it just doesn't stop. So, I took off the other thing last week because I had a few things I needed to take care of. So I'm back, and I'm here. So the you know one of the main things that I wanted to address is the situation. I don't know if, for those of you who are aware or who's paying attention, excuse me, I ran across a video, and of course it was talking about Jordan and Sister Connor again. Okay. And I just wanted to remind brothers and sisters that I know people be like, oh, why can't we just all get along? Why we can't just all sing kumbaya somewhere and go into the wilderness and everything just be hunky dory? I know, brothers and sisters. I know y'all want a happy ever after and think this thing is going to just pan out. But I just want to let you know, guys, that it's not going to stop until Yashaya comes. And why it's not going to stop? Because they had no idea that AHAYAY was going to send out a woman. And so they put a whole, monkey wrench in their plan, right? By Sister Connor coming out, and I've been sitting in Jordan all this time. So, brothers and sisters, I just want you to kind of snap out of the psychosis and stop thinking that everything is going to be just fine and we're just going to go skipping and la 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 into the wilderness, and there's going to be a mass exodus like Moses in the days, and we're just going to mosey on to the wilderness. Brothers and sisters, it's not going to happen that way. They will continue to come up against Sister Connor. They will continue to have something negative to say about Jordan. They will always have a problem with Jordan. Why? Because this is the safe place. This is within AHAYAY's borders. And they did not intend for us to be, to find out that we can go to Jordan. That's why you find no Hebrew Israelite camps are talking about where they're going to go. Even though Elder Ricard is talking about the wilderness, because he initially started with the come out of her, my people, come out of her, my people, before they took him down. So he was the one who was saying, we must leave this place and da, da, da. But midway, brothers and sisters, he too was taken down. So that's what all this confusion is about. They will never just let this slide, and Sister Connor is just going to be in Jordan talking and telling people where to go. They will always come up against me. They will always try to have some problems. They are sending people out to cause problems, to give misdirection, to keep people, not knowing where to go. All kind of tactics are being used to keep the children of Israel from getting within the borders in Qadash, in Jordan, to worship him at his holy mountain. I just need to be clear with you, brothers and sisters. It's not going to stop. And I know that y'all just so worn out, but the Most High said they will wear you out, the saints. This is what the Most High is talking about, that you must endure to the end. This is scripture. Those who endure, right? We must endure. So not only, I did a whole big presentation, guys, for a couple of months about the holy days leading up to the Passover, from Purim to the Passover to the Feast of Weeks. There's a reason why I did that. And I knew they was going to have a problem with it. Hence why now Elder Ricard has come out and talking against Jordan, talking about there's some scam in Jordan and all kinds of stuff. I knew that they would have to, come up and say something because they don't want you on the correct holy days. They don't want you to know that Jordan, there is a safe place. All these Israelite group and not one of these brothers are telling you that Jordan is the safe place. All these Hebrew Israelite camps, all this waking up that they're doing, and they cannot tell you where to go. None of them are on the correct calendar, including Elder Rakar, who has given you the whole secrets of the times. Even past Feast of Weeks, he celebrated it on a Friday. If y'all paying attention, but y'all, of course, you're not paying attention. You know that it's the 50th day, which is a Sunday. But did he keep it on the Sunday? No. He made an excuse of why he's going to keep it on the Friday. He's not even hiding it anymore. The Passover, he kept on the Friday and not the Shabbat. So it's obvious that he's not going to keep the correct holy days. He's always going to find a reason why he needs to wiggle around the holy days, brothers and sisters. They're always going to find a way why they need to come up against Sister Kana, because Sister Kana is the only person that is telling you that there is a safe place. Jordan is the safe place. And AHAYAY sent me out and told me that. I didn't get it from any of them. I didn't get it from a teacher from Elder Rakar. I didn't get it from no other camp. It was AHAYAY who gave me that information. And amongst other information, he told me about Qadash. He told me about Masada. These are the secrets that these brothers ain't going to give you, okay? Because they have been infiltrated and they have been taken down. Now, people probably wonder, why Elder Rakar keep mentioning this woman in Jordan? You're right. Why? Why do he have to keep coming up against Jordan? Because this is the safe place. This is where the holy mountain is. Okay? And brothers and sisters, y'all going to have to stop, allowing this to keep going on. You're going to have to be able to, say something, let them know that the gig is up. They are caught in the middle of infiltration. That's why they always got to come up against Jordan. That's why Elder Rakar has got to tell you something about Jordan. Last couple of months ago, or was it early last year, she's wanted by the police. Don't go around her. She's, in trouble. They're looking for her. This is what the spiel was last year, or like at least 7 to 8 months ago. He lied, made a big old lie, and speaking against Sister Kana so that people won't come around me or listen or anything like that, But some people, praise AHAYAY, I know it's AHAYAY, people are wising up. So they'll say, well, let me go hear what this sister's saying, because he's talking so much smack about her. What is he saying? And lo and behold, they'll hear me talking about there is a safe place. AHAYAY has said he will protect those within his borders. We have a place to go, brothers and sisters. And these other groups are not going to tell you that, because there's infiltration. Just like in the days of Malcolm X, just like in the days of Martin Luther King. They've taken these men down. And you can sit back and watch this movie. You would never know. They're so good at it. But they have mastered, the perception is that everything is going on. Even down to the people who are calling into the radio show, even the people who are attending, they do open calls on Craigslist and all these other things. So people can appear that everything is normal. It's not normal, brothers and sisters. It's a big takedown. And they're trying to keep this thing going. But you can bet your bottom dollar that they will always have Elder Rakar or someone speaking against Jordan. That's the place. Bingo. We found it, brothers and sisters. And it's only through the grace of AHAYAY, AHAYAY. If y'all don't know what power to call on, what power to serve, you better know it's AHAYAY who let the cat out the bag. He's the one who sent me out, and he woke me up and told me to talk to the children of Israel. Tell them about Qadash. Tell them about Jordan. Give them the scriptures. Guys, I wrote a book on it and I put it on my blog. You ain't got to pay for it. It's free. You can read up all the scriptures, everything. This is what the Most High gave me, and I've been talking about it for years. And this is why Elder Rakar always will have something to say. He tries to be cool about it. He tries to act like, oh, something else happened here, or some person said something, and then he'll add Jordan into it. Because he don't want to give it away like, he's zeroing in on Jordan, but he is zeroing in on Jordan. That's the only, thing that they're concerned about. Will the children of Israel make it to the borders? Nobody knew about the borders. I'm the one who came out, 10 years ago with the borders, that the Most High was showing me the borders. This is what he told me. And that's how I knew. Now listen carefully. This is how I knew. When I was in Egypt and Elder Zah came out and met me in Egypt, they split him and Elder Zah up, and Elder Rakar went to Alexandria instead of Cairo. So we were all wondering, why didn't they come together? Why didn't Elder Rakar and Elder Zah come together to Cairo? Because they split them up, brothers and sisters. They split them up, and Elder Rakar went to Alexandria. Why Alexandria? Because Alexandria is outside of the borders, right? Outside of the borders. It's on the other side of the Nile. Okay, so when you go read Numbers 34, and it gives gives a synopsis on the borders, Alexandria is outside. And you can look at the map that I always put up as well, and you will see Alexandria is outside. And so Elder Rakar always tries, he teaches try to tell the children of Israel today that Goshen is in Alexandria. That was the part, but that's a lie. And if you don't know about these locations, if you don't know certain things, he's lying. But it's hard to prove it unless you really, really study and understand what's going on. So he tried to say, oh, they was in Alexandria. Goshen is what the Egyptian king gave to the Israelites because there's some water around there. That's the excuse. But brothers and sisters, Alexandria is outside of the borders. You're not protected there. You're only going to be protected within the Most High's borders. And Cairo, across the Red Sea, Jordan, and certain areas are protected. Half of, Iraq, little parts of Iraq, some parts of Syria, but those have military presence and there's problems going on. Jordan actually is the only safe place, and it's the best bet. Get within the borders, brothers and sisters. And there's a lot of that kind of deception going on because the children of Israel is only privy to what Elder Rakar is teaching. He's giving away the information. And so that's why some of the information is skewed. There's no other camp that's giving away the information like Elder Rakar, because he has been taken down. He's being fed a lot of information from the CIA and these the alphabet people. Okay. So, children of Israel are so happy just to get the information because you didn't know what he's given. But you got to understand this is in the midst of infiltration, and they are caught right in the middle. So please understand. So they will always come against Jordan. They will always have something to say against Sister Kana. Once they found out that I was here and I started speaking about Jordan and all this stuff, they had to try to figure out a way how to, get at me. But praise AHAYAY Bahashim Yashaya. AHAYAY has been protecting me the whole time. So they can't, but they tried. They sent out these people. They have sent out agents. And this is why I tell you, brothers and sisters, be careful. When you do come out, don't be just so open arm, ready to sing Kumbaya with just anybody because they're telling you they're Israelites. There's a lot of infiltration. People are coming out. They're being sent out. They're being paid. And they'll act like they ain't got no money. They'll act like, just like, the rest of us. Be careful, brothers and sisters. A lot is going on. It has not stopped. And that's why I've been going so hard on those holy days. It's very important that you know the correct holy days, because brothers and sisters, this is what the whole infiltration is about. They want to keep us off the correct days so that we can't give worship to the Most High, that it takes away the hedge. As long as we keep breaking the laws, they have power over us. But once we get on the right, correct days, y'all know when to come out, you know, you get here, you learn how to worship him. That's the power. That's our power. It's a sign between us and the Most High. And he's watching, brothers and sisters. So a lot of people just want to go along to get along and try to act like they don't really know, or they ain't. You better figure it out, because AHAYAY is watching. He's looking. He's sifting through Israel. And it's not going to be a game. And a lot of people, you want to straddle the fence and be lukewarm, and you're playing with the wrong power, because he doesn't play like that. So brothers and sisters really need to understand that they need to stand. They need to come out and stand up if you want to be counted in that number, because Most High knows he sees all and know all. He knows your heart. He knows what excuses you're making and why you're making it, and other. So it's not going to fly. So there's really no other choice but to stand. And that's really why, Sister Conner, like, I don't be getting upset with people or this and that, because I understand the Most High. Like, it's on you, you know. It's on you, you know. It's not about Sister Conner at all. I'm just here trying to do my part, and I pray, and I'm always praying that it's pleasing for the Most High. That's why I come before you and speak and talk and try to warn you and this and that, because I'm trying to please my Father. I'm trying to do what I know the Most High wants me to do. And I'm not going to let anybody get in the way with that, you know. I don't care if I got one view. You know, they play with my views. They take my views away, all kind of stuff. Listen, it's a constant fight, brothers and sisters. Y'all have no idea what Sister Conner has to go through with this infiltration. Y'all have no idea. And nor do you, I think you really even care. But that's neither here nor there. But trust me, it's always a battle. I'm always, you know, having to be fighting either in front of the camera, like now when you seen blatantly Elder Ricard has to come up with something about some scam he said in the video. I haven't seen I don't even know what the follow-up was, because I haven't even been able to watch. I've been so busy, but I know he's going there, and I know he's trying it, but I know he has to, because I went hard on them holy days for whole 2 months, showing y'all, being specific, letting you see how the Feast of Weeks fall, giving you the scriptures. That's why I did all that. So nobody can act like they don't know. I made it plain and clear. And when Elder Ricard kept the Feast of Weeks on a Friday, that should have been a red flag for all of you. He didn't do it on the Friday, and he kept his Hebrew Bible class going on the Sunday. It's a high holy day. He kept the class going. They have no regards for our holy days. They're playing games, y'all. They're lying to the children of Israel, and they've been lying the whole time. But AHAYAY allowed this, because he wants to see with Israel who really cares. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think, would you allow people in your kingdom, if you had something special and you regarded it very highly, right? Would you allow just anybody in the presence of what the special thing that you have? Or would you like to see who is who, and who would you allow, who would you grant access to? And who, you know, like, they not about it. It ain't no reason for me to even let that person in, because all they're going to do is mess it up and tear it down. This is how the Most High is sifting through Israel. And y'all need to really understand it. So you can't fake the funk. You know, you can't fake it, brothers and sisters. AHAYAY, it knows. And I'm just sitting back and watching the process of how the Most High is doing things. And watching how people respond and what they do. You know, that's on y'all. A lot of people feel like, you know, I meet a lot of Israelites and they really feel like they doing Sister Kana a favor. Like this is, whether you speak up or stand up or do anything, is a reflection, you know, with me. Brothers and sisters, I don't know how wrong you can be about this. It's This is the will of AHAYAY, and this is the work of AHAYAY. Sister Kana has no bearing on whether you participate or whether you don't. Now I will ask, and I will, you know, give you the opportunity, but it's clearly up to you, and you will have to answer to the Most High. I kind of don't feel slighted. I don't even, you know, listen. If you do, praise AHAYAY, but if you don't, that's between you and the Most High. And so I don't get upset. I don't be disappointed with people. At first, I didn't really understand, you know, what the Most High was doing. So, you know, I was like, you know, I don't know why people be acting the way they acting. But now I understand. People just don't care. They don't really care. And that's what AHAYAY is looking for. He's looking. He's watching us. He's paying attention. If y'all don't think anybody else is paying attention, AHAYAY is paying attention. Trust me, he is. And because I know how he deals with me even. So I know he's paying attention. I'm not alone in this. I just happen to be the face that you're seeing right now. And that's why I went into last week about, as in the days of Noah, like people really cannot fathom that you know, it's not going to be this big grand awakening and all these people. Now I know what the Most High told me. He told me millions was coming. That's what he told me, and I believe him. So I just want to take this time to even speak to Elder Ricard directly and say to this brother that, brother, you can't stop the prophecies of what the Most High is doing. Like they think, you know, what they're doing is something big. You know, I have a small platform. I don't have a lot of people watching me. I got very little views. But don't y'all know that that's how the Most High works? He worked with the small. He worked with the downtrodden. He worked against the odds. So I don't have a big platform, but yet somehow, some way, this has become so important. Why? Because it's AHAYAY's will. It's his will and his way. So I wanted to tell Elder Ricard, like, brother, you're spinning your wheels. Like you really need to be focused on your personal life and your personal business, opposed to trying to, you know, stop what's going on here in Jordan, because it's not going to work. AHAYAY said millions with an S will come. And so I believe it. And I know what he said is true, because everything he's told me outside of that has come to pass or will come to pass. A lot of things that he told me has already come to pass. So my faith is not shaken and will not be shaken. So I don't know, you know, Elder Ricard, you know, this situation is such a, you know, tedious, like such a trying situation. Like who would have thought that our brother would be acting in such a manner? And I pray that by this time, all of you can see, like he's directly and clearly trying to make sure people don't come to Jordan. It's clear. For some reason, this brother does not want the children of Israel coming to Jordan. Now that you got the information from me about Qadash, and that it's here in Jordan. And I'm going to put the link to the description box, you know, which I've had for years, but in a couple of videos, I'll put them in the description box for anybody who, you know, may have run across this video and don't really know what's really going on, you know, because there's a lot of new people waking up. And that's what I guess Elder Ricard is banking on, that the new people who don't, you know, who new to this truth. And there's a lot. Because a lot of the old people already know. They see what's going on. They see that these things ain't adding up. They realize that the holy days have, you know, there's been an issue with them holy days with Elder Ricard, that he never keeps it on the day, He always makes an excuse of why he's going to do it. Even with the Passover, wasn't on the correct day. And how are we supposed to come back to our Lord's statutes and commandments with AHAYAY and be right with AHAYAY if we don't keep these days at the correct time? How are we going to come back? How do we get back under our hedge of protection from the Most High if we don't learn his laws, statutes, and commandments, which are a sign? If you don't know these things, you won't do it. So he had to send out someone to tell you the importance of it, because they're going to brush it under the rug, act like this and that. Most of all the other Hebrew Israelite groups, they're clueless. They just in their own little bubble, and they're not telling the people where to go. They know destruction is coming. They're talking about it, but nobody is telling you to leave, to get out. And then they're coming up with all kind of other teachings, the ships and portals now. And I'm sure this is what they did in 70 AD to our people. If you didn't know what happened in 70 AD, just take a look at what's happening to us right now. All the confusion. Nobody's giving you no direct answers. Nobody's telling you what to do, where to go, how to do it. Can you imagine in 70 AD? Praise AHAYAY that so many, at least 1 million or so, fled into Africa, but they were still going in on slave ships anyway, because the prophecy had to be fulfilled. But this time, brothers and sisters, we are going to be delivered. So we must get within the borders. We not are to run into Africa. And a lot of Hebrew Israelites are even doing that. And it's mainly the ones who are calling on the wrong name, because they don't have a clue, because they're not being called, because they choose to call on a different power instead of getting the correct information. So that's a whole fiasco with the people, calling on different names, running into Africa. And then they going from Africa, different places in Africa, just trying to, find rest, and they're not going to find it, because Jordan is the place. This is the place where it's going to go down. And, unfortunately, some people will be running all around, trying to figure it out, and it just has to happen this way. Praise AHAYAY. Praise AHAYAY. I mean, I would have never thought that this is how this would be. I'd never in my wildest dreams would have ever thought that I will have to be, speaking against or talking, against my brothers, and especially an elder like Elder Rawach. You understand? He's the one, when I was in Israel, I ran across his videos, and I was like, praise the Most High. I didn't know the name of AHAYAY yet. So, if you guys are shocked, you can imagine how I feel. That I never would have thought that I would have to come out and be speaking against this brother the way I have to speak against him. And this brother would be speaking against me and talking about, I'm a liar, I'm this, I'm that, and making videos about me. What kind of awakening is this? Is what I'm, I was saying. I was like, what is this? Most High. I was going to the Most High, like, what? Why is this happening? But he was showing me. But I knew something was wrong way back when I was sitting in Jordan, and I contacted Elder Rawach, and I told him where I was and what I saw and what was going on. And I was sitting back waiting months and months and months, thinking that he was going to tell the children of Israel about Jordan, and he never did. He never spoke up about Jordan. So then I knew something was wrong. But in my wildest dreams, I would have never thought that this, infiltration and this and that. But, now that I know the truth and I read the scriptures and I understand, what else do we expect Esau and them to do? What do we expect from them? Of course, they're going to try to take us down. Of course, they're going to try to stop. They're wicked, and they're not trying to see us come back to our Father. So of course, and then they killed all the prophets in Babylon. I mean, they killed Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and all these other men that tried to stand up, that knew the truth, that knew, who we were. So I'm not surprised at all. What surprises me more than anything is the children of Israel, how people are not responding the way they should. That is more of a shock to me, that the children of Israel are so lax about this truth. They so lax about the information. They're not researching it like they should. They don't want to stand up and fight for anybody else. There's such and y'all know I talked about this, the I, me syndrome, where people just don't care about anything but them and maybe their immediate family. That's it. That's the buck stops there. Like, they don't care about us as a nation. They don't care about other Israelites. There's none of that. And that's why these brothers, they have so much disregard for women. They have total disregard for women. That's why Elder Ricard acts the way he does with a sister coming forth with information. There's no regard, and anybody under him. Not one of these brothers are questioning anything. They don't care. I mean, okay, say if Elder Ricard is taken down, right? But he has a whole slew of men under him. Not one. I mean, maybe there's people saying something and, maybe they got the whole thing on lockdown by this time. Who knows? But not one. Come on, y'all. And I already told y'all my little story, how the Most High was dealing with me. When I was asking the Most High, what about him? What about him? He was telling me not one. Back then. And still to this day, it has not changed. Not one. Now, how could that be, brothers and sisters? So that is what baffles me and surprises me more than anything, y'all. The low response from the men of the Most High to this information that I'm giving. Nobody's like caring enough. Now, I've talked to a few brothers, and I know that there are some, I've spoke to them that tell me, they care and they come in, they. I'm not saying that, but it don't take that long anyway. I told you I was out. I told you it seemed like 5 or 6 months, but it was like 8 months. But the 8 months was I got the money and then I spent it. So that took another month or two before I actually left. But I already knew I was leaving within that 6 month mark. I just hesitated. I tarried, like I said. Praise the Higher. Okay, let me look at some of these comments. Praise the Higher by Hashem Yashaya. But guys, I just really wanted to bring this out because y'all see it happening, in real time. There's no reason in the world why Elder Ricard is that concerned about anything that's going on with Jordan. I mean, you got churches all over America. Excuse me. You got churches in Africa and outside here, here. And you worried about what's going on in Jordan? Okay. Come on. Stop it. But I told you, they are not going to stop. It will never stop. Because until Christ comes, until Yashaya comes, he will separate the wheat from the tare. They still sending out these wicked Israelites coming acting like they're here to do some truth, here to help, the same spiel over and over, because that's really all they can do. So brothers and sisters, I tell you again, be very, very careful who you align yourself with when you come out. And this is one of the reasons why I had to stop letting Israelites into my home, letting people into my space, because people were coming at me and things were happening. And there's so much stuff that has happened, brothers and sisters, that I have not spoke about. And there's a reason why I don't speak about it. Because when they try to double back and bring these people up like they do, coming out the woodwork and act like, oh, this happened and that happened, then I will tell you the story. Then you will find out some of the wickedness that these people be doing
here when they come out. And they never come here to do right. It's always been a problem, and especially from GOCC members. Now, when people call on the other names too, they just bring mayhem just because their spirit is wrong and they worshiping another god. That's majority of them. They be working against you just because they call on another god, and there's always a problem. But the GOCC people are usually sent. A lot of them. They'll come out here causing problems. They'll change the name of the Most High in it. They'll say the AHAYAY just to get close to me, and because they know, I'm calling on AHAYAY. So if you calling on AHAYAY, we can talk. But if you ain't calling on the AHAYAY, it's really not too much to talk about. I mean, I help you. I'll help you find a place. I'll help, but all that other stuff in it, it's not going to happen. So at least they come out calling on AHAYAY, at least. But then in the midst, somewhere, it gets real shaky. They start calling on another god, and that's what happens to the majority. And then they'll start coming against me. They got a problem with Sister Kana. But they were sent, brothers and sisters. They were sent. So best believe, and then they'll try to convince others, the weaker ones, the ones who don't know, who are not studying, who don't, not learned. They'll try to convince you to leave, go somewhere else, giving you different information, different God's name, different holy days, different Sabbaths. The Shabbat start on, in the afternoon until the next time. All kind of wickedness, y'all. So y'all have to be, studied and getting the right information. And prove a friend. Don't just be, kumbaya with just anybody because they calling themselves Israel. This is not the time for that. Unfortunately, you need to come out, get you a place, get yourself together, if you have to get a job or whatever, and start to prepare. Don't worry about doing no big old gathering. We're going to have enough gatherings. Trust me. Get yourselves together. Get into that book and that Bible and get yourself spiritually in line with AHAYAY. There's a whole bunch of Israelites still waiting on a big exodus. But the Most High said he's going to bring us out, 1 from a city, 2 from a family. So, and that's so far, that's what it's been. So people still waiting on other Israelites when they decide to go. Elder Carr definitely trying to teach you, you got to be within the body. Y'all better pay attention. Do you see how the brothers do me? He will do you the same way. He will do you the same way. There's no regard for the daughters of Zion. Don't even get it twisted. You're selling yourself a bridge if you think that you're going to get anything more than what this is how these people are acting. They don't care. They don't care about the holy days. They don't care. They just putting on a farce. This infiltration, they've been taken down, and there's so much that they can do. Period, point blank, brothers and sisters. Don't expect more. You're going to set yourself up for a big fall if you're expecting these people to act right. They're not going to do right. Okay, Shalom, AHAYAY Prophet, Baba Kaya. Bless you, brother. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Shalom. Shalom, Sister Shoshana. Praise AHAYAY. Good to see you. Bless you. Escape from Alcatraz. You said, I saw a video on MGGW. And Gabar mentioned some elderly woman who went to Jordan and was ripped off by 6K. Do you know anything about this? No, I don't know who they're talking about. Now, there's a few people that came, and there's some people that I expect that was sent out, but they haven't read their ugly heads yet. So let them come out with the information, and I will definitely tell you what was going on. Because, it's a lie. Either the person was sent out and they mad, brothers and sisters, about these holy days that I came out for the last 3 months. I brought it to y'all. And y'all don't even realize how significant that information was. But I made it clear and I made it plain so that you can see how to calculate these days. They are mad. And even Gabar is still in on it. He's still in on that. He left, supposedly left, but I told you he was an agent. He's an agent, and he's working. Even though he left, he's still in the mix. Believe it. All of them. They got these people all sold up. Brothers and sisters, when are y'all going to realize what I'm telling you? It's not going to stop. But unfortunately, and I praise AHAYAY, Bajim Yashaya, there's nothing that they can do. Sister Kana is giving you the information, and they want to stop. Now, they're trying to stop you from listening. Like, don't listen to her, or she's this, or she that. But he done lied and said the police was after me. What happened to that? First, let's just talk about that. Did you, brother, this same brother, escape from Alcatraz? Do you remember when Ricard said that? She got the police after they looking for her, all this stuff. Do you remember that? That lie. So now that didn't work because children of Israel are still coming out. Now he's coming up with something else. So I don't know. It'll all come out eventually. I don't know who the person is, but I'm sure it's someone that I had to deal with because I dealt with a lot of them. A lot of them. They sent these people out, just like the young girl with the baby. She's screwing all the bedouins, these dirty bedouins in the wilderness, like just having sex with these men, and gonna come out here with the same name as me. I knew something was up with that, but you gotta let this stuff play out. You gotta let it play out. Yeah. I see. You say I don't remember that. Yeah, I know you don't remember that. But you could come and tell me about the lady with the 6,000, right? But you don't remember him telling people. There's a video of him telling people, "Oh, the police is looking for her. She's, she did this, she did that." You said I don't watch his whole show, and he didn't mention you last night, as far as I know. Praise AHAYAY, because I came out and let him know. Leah, bring it out. Who is this woman? I'll tell you, because there's sure enough a backstory behind it all, and it's always is. They be sending these people out and thinking they're going to pull them out when there's time they can use a situation. But it ain't going to work. The gig is up, Elder Ricard. You are caught in the act of infiltration. And I know you got to come up against me because I know where the safe place is. And I know where the holy mountain is. And I'm telling the children of Israel, I'm here to speak and tell what the Most High told me. Thus saith AHAYAY, Qadash is where we was and where we will be. We will be in the wilderness again, in Qadash, in Jordan. And Qadash means holy. And it's in Jordan. So Elder Ricard tried to use, the Sashu and Edom, don't go, because he got all these trigger words and keywords. He think he's so slick. It ain't working, Ak. It's not working. Because the children of Israel are coming. Because the Most High said, thus saith AHAYAY, millions. You can't stop this prophecy, brother. You cannot stop this prophecy. It's happening, and it's happening right before your eyes because the children of Israel knows the gig is up. So praise AHAYAY Bahashim Yashaya, Wak, Qadash, Wak. And I just hope y'all really understand and be clear. And y'all need to come out of Babylon, and y'all need to come out and stand for this truth. This is just like when our forefather David used to be running for his life. It's the same scenario with the Maccabee brothers having to stand up and fight. It's the same with Judith. It's the same with the Feast of Purim. The Feast of Purim with our other sister. It's the same scenarios, brother. It's playing out real time right before your eyes, and y'all acting like y'all don't see. But yet, when you read these scriptures, y'all be thinking, "Oh, if I was in that time, I would have did this. I would have did that. I would have did." But you ain't doing nothing. And it's happening right in your face, and you won't even stand up for what's right and what's true. Once I gave you these last couple of months, I gave you the secret, the real secret of the times, and how to get those holy days and know that you're on the right track. Y'all still sitting in Babylon, trying to act like y'all don't know what's going on. So now they're coming against me for it, for giving y'all that information. That's why they're coming at me, because they mad. They can't control it. This information is coming from the Most High. And Elder Rakar is mad. They thought they was going to be able to control the narrative of this awakening. But AHAYAY sent out a woman, brothers and sisters, to warn you, to tell you. Praise AHAYAY. So let me say, you said, I didn't watch the whole video. Okay. Sister Shoshana said, I remember he said you were hiding and dressed in a habab. Habab. Yes. He made up this big scenario, which wasn't true. That the police was looking for me and all this stuff. I didn't know about the hijab. It's called a hijab. I didn't know about that. But I definitely knew. He made this big old lie and said that the police is looking for her. And I know why they said that. Because when that little girl here, Kana, was here, they sent her out. And she was meant to cause problems for me with my passport and this and that, but it just didn't work. So they thought that something went wrong. They thought I was in a situation that I wasn't in. But that's how I know, brothers and sisters. It don't be working. The stuff that they be trying to do, it don't work. So Elder Rakar thought what he was saying was true and right. But he was lying. He didn't have all the information, but he thought because they sent her out to do certain things, they thought it went through. No. And didn't work. Now, whoever this woman is, that's another situation. They're probably going to bring her out. Trust me, y'all. I'm going to give you all the information on the backstory. Now, if it has something that doesn't pertain to me and he's just trying to speak against Jordan, that's something else. That's out of my control. I can't, But ain't nobody in here scamming nobody. Please stop. This is a peaceful country, y'all. This is the safest country in the world. And it's called the country of peace. It's a peaceful place. No, not a whole lot of killings, not a whole lot of nothing, y'all. Praise AHAYAY. It's a safe place for us. Now, even though when you come, you need to act like it's a place of refuge. You need to come here and act like you're running for your life, because that's what it is. It's a place of refuge. Not for you to be acting like you're on vacation, you're going here and I'm flying here and I'm coming back and I'm doing, no. You're supposed to come here, settle in, get yourself together and prepare for what you know is coming. Because that's another thing, Israelites do. But a lot of times it be people that's sent. And they like to cause all kind of confusion, have people doing all kind of stuff. And then people end up getting deported out of here because they listening to other Israelites who've given them the wrong information. And they be sent to do that, to get you up out of here. So Israel, be very, very careful with these Israelites, people who are claiming, because Christ is going to separate, again, the wheat from the tare. So you may not know. You're not going to know who is who. And this is what these people have come. They come among me trying to play games, try to separate me from my friends. There's, people who I've met over the years that are my friends here. And they're not Israel, but I have built relationships. They have helped me. These are people who are there. They tried to come in and cause problems with me, with people, and say things to people. Be whispering in their ear bad stuff about me. This has been happening, brothers and sisters, over the years. I don't really talk about too much stuff. I like to, let them play out. Let it play out. Let them do what they come here to do. And so this person, whoever this person is, will come up and we'll get to the bottom of it. But they're trying to stop you from coming. There was a time when Elder Rakar was talking about older women, They even said like I was marrying people, all kind of stuff he has lied about. Lie after lie after lie, trying to get the daughters of Zion, all kind of stuff. He's a liar, brothers and sisters. And because he's an elder, that he gave us the name of AHAYAY. He brought out the name because this is the CIA they know the name of the Most High. They know what's going to draw us to him. So all this information that he's given, it don't necessarily mean it's coming from the Most High. They could have gave him the information. He could have been set up years ago. Now, that's not something that I really thought of the brother. I'm shocked that this brother is going all out like this. He is against the children of Israel. He's working against the children of Israel blatantly by trying to tell us where to go, not giving her no safe place, sitting our people in Babylon to get destroyed, and then fighting against the person who's trying to tell you where to go. He's blatantly coming up against me, brothers and sisters. And trust me, it will be you too. It'll be anybody. Because he's working for the other side. Whether he's infiltrated, which I know he's infiltrated. But listen, he ain't getting no pass. He ain't getting no passes. You know, if it's a quack like a duck, it's a duck. He's a traitor. He's against us. And he don't care. And them holy days always been wrong since he gave the video, The Secrets of the Times. Praise AHAYAY, that he had me dealing with that calendar even before I got the information. I'm the one who came to Elder Rakar about the calendar. And the Most High knew it. He knew that he had the secrets of the time. He knew he would come with the information. But who would have thought that this brother was going to try to switch it, do the old switcheroo, in the midst of it? He tried it. But it ain't working. It ain't working. So now they mad. So I pray, brothers and sisters, that y'all go back over that information. Those last videos that I've been doing, all about the secrets of the time, all about the holy days, from Purim until the Feast of Weeks. Very important. Going into the 4 eclerary months, always falling on a Sunday, brothers and sisters. Because the way the calendar lines up, it's always going to fall on a Sunday. So there's no reason in the world for Elder Rakar to be giving his classes on Sundays when we have double Shabbats most of the time throughout the years. Coming up in September, the Feast of Trumpets falls on a Sunday. Also, the first day of Tabernacles is a high holy day, falls on a Sunday. And the 8th day, when you look at Leviticus, it says the first day is the Sabbath and the 8th day. He didn't say the 7th day because he be trying to act like everything got to fall on the Sabbath. No, the Most High gave us the 8th day, which is a Sunday. So we have 3 double Sabbaths throughout September. And same thing with the Passover. The Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, always falls on a Sunday. The Feast of Weeks always falls on a Sunday. So you better know this Most High's calendar. We are in a very trying time, Israel. You need to be under the hedge of protection of AHAYAY. And if you don't take the time to figure this information out and put it in your inward parts, you're gonna fall by the wayside. You're gonna fall by the wayside. And that's why a lot of you not even feeling a need to leave right away. Y'all are struggling. Spiritually, you're struggling. If you don't see the times and understand what's going on, even this attack against me is so blatant with Elder Rakar. All of a sudden, he comes up, there's some woman. They're horrible, brothers and sisters. Horrible. They don't care about the Most High holy days. And y'all know it. Y'all witnessed this with me. Y'all seen when he kept it. He kept it on a Friday. Nobody thought, why would Elder Rakar Talking about, oh, we just gonna keep it on Friday. When you could, why not Sunday? Why not on the right day? No, because he needs to hold his class. It's all about money, 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 money. It's all about money. Draining the children of Israel out their money, keeping y'all still. No regard for the women. No regard. And these brothers is just going along. Just going along. They don't have no kids. And like I mentioned to y'all the last week, these brothers that was in Egypt, like I said, they was in Alexandria, outside of the borders. And I'm sure that place was infested with agents. It was probably infested with agents. So now all of them are up and back in Babylon. Excuse me. Making videos, acting like, oh. And that's what I said to y'all last week. Like, how could they fix their face to try to act like it's okay for you to talk about, oh, you're back in Babylon now, making videos, when the Most High had instructed you to leave? What excuse can you give to be complacent in Babylon now? Talking about Mexico. What is going on? Infiltration. That's what's going on. It's infiltrated, brothers and sisters. Get out of harm's way. The whole thing is going to go. Praise AHAYAY Bahashim Yashaya. Now, I know I done gave y'all an earful. I done gave it to you straight. It is what it is. If you're wondering why Elder Rakar always got to be talking about this woman in Jordan, why Elder Rakar always got to be talking about Jordan, don't go to Jordan. Don't go to Jordan. But when you read them scriptures, Isaiah 63, where Christ coming to? Where Christ coming to? He coming to Edom, brothers and sisters. That's scriptures. This is where, why is he coming to Edom? Because his redeemed will be there. Praise AHAYAY. Praise AHAYAY. Yashaya is coming. Ooh, I'll be so happy. You know I'll be one happy camper when this is all over with. Y'all know I'm tired. But I ain't going to stop. Sister Connor will keep talking until the wheels fall off. Praise AHAYAY. So we'll see what happens next with this, because they're not going to stop, brothers and sisters. They ran out of ammunition. They don't know what to do. You know, they've been holding this information for a while, because I stopped entertaining Israelites a long time ago. I stopped letting people in my home. I stopped, entertaining Israel, doing anything with Israelites because of this. Now, there's one particular person, that really, was the nail in the hammer. So I'm going to see it. I'll wait. I'll wait till them, let them bring it out. Let them bring it out, and I'll tell you what happened, because there's a lot. Y'all don't even understand. There's so much stuff that has happened. I don't speak about it. I only bring stuff out when they come out with stuff. Then I have, I'll talk about it. I won't bring it out but it's been a lot, brothers and sisters. Y'all only know the half. So much stuff has gone on with this, with this truth, with me waking up, me here and been enjoyed, and I've been targeted. I have been the target of this thing. Once I came out and said I was in Jordan, once I came out with the video on Qadash, once I talked about Masada, you ain't hearing nothing. Nobody ain't talking about nothing about that, but all this information that I've gave, and it came from AHAYAY. It came straight from him, y'all. But these brothers ain't going to say nothing. They ain't going to acknowledge nothing. They're going to try to act like they ain't hear it. Masada, Jerusalem. Praise AHAYAY. That came from AHAYAY. That's our holy land in Israel. Jerusalem is Masada. And Qadash is in Jordan. It's here, the holy mountain where we will be worshiping. It's here. They try to talk about Saudi Arabia, all this stuff. They had no intention on letting the children of Israel know where to go. They had no intentions. And just like now, he don't even bring up where the wilderness is. They try to imply Africa. They ain't trying to tell you where to go. Shame on Elder Ricard for the fiasco that he got going on. And people are just trying to buy into it because they just want to be a part of something. And shame on anyone that's going for that. Any brother, elder, deacon, bishop that's going along trying to act like everything is okay, knowing that it ain't adding up. AHAYAY is going to be dealing with. That's why Most High said, Hades has enlarged itself. A lot of people ain't going to make it. A lot of people ain't going to make it, brothers and sisters. That's why out of all Israel, only 144,000. That's even a small number. Because a lot of people is just ain't cutting it. They ain't going to cut it. Because of the information, they refusing to stand on righteousness, doing what's right. Majority of nobody knows how to stand on righteousness. Nobody knows how to stand up for the Most High and do what's right, the right thing to do. It ain't none of that. Y'all sit back and see this sister going through all this stuff. Year after year after year, I've been going through this stuff with Elder Ricard, with GOCC, telling y'all it's infiltration, telling you they've been sending these people out, telling y'all, nobody, y'all. And there's people who came out acting like they was here to help, acting like they want to, help the children of Israel. Where they at? Where they at? Y'all saw some of these people. Where they at? I mean, maybe you're doing it on another channel somewhere else. I mean, show me the video. Send me the video of these people who care so much about Israel and they want to help. I mean, if you say you just don't want to, say you just don't like Sister Kana, or you don't, where they at? Where they at helping the children of Israel? Okay, Sister Shauna, I see you. 144 is only the number of the priests, and the children of Israel will be as large as the sands of the sea. But, sister, my question is, where they at? We in a time of trouble right now. There's infiltration going on. Nobody knows where to go. I mean, even though y'all come on here and y'all listen to Sister Kana, you still don't trust what I'm saying. You still straddling the fence. Because if you wasn't straddling the fence, you would be here, standing and doing and trying to help other people come. So you got there's some hesitation. Is my point. The 144 is 12,000 from each tribe that's going to stand for the Most High. Where they at is my question. I just want to know. I mean, I don't know, guys. I mean, am I expecting too much? Maybe I'm delusional and I'm expecting too much from people. Okay. I mean, I don't think it's just me. I think you guys would like to see some brothers, some resemblance of 144,000. Give me 1,000 from each tribe. Give me 500 from each tribe. Maybe they don't have the means. AHAYAY is a provider. AHAYAY is still in the miracle business. Where they at? He provided for me. He made a way for me. Sister, I didn't even have a job, let alone money to buy a plane ticket. I didn't even have a job to pay my rent when the Most High woke me up. How much lower can you be? But he provided. When I prayed and I fasted, AHAYAY made a way. Honestly, I would like to hear from the native citizens of the lands Israelites from America are seeking refuge to talk about how they feel about Black Americans. I don't know, brother. Listen, I don't know if you're a brother or sister. Would that put a bearing on where you would go, or why would you leave? Is that why? I don't know why you're bringing that up, but I just want a little clarity. Like, does that would have any bearing on you leaving, hearing from these people, the natives? I'm glad you feel comfortable around white Muslims. I don't think I would personally. Oh, okay. So you have issues with color. That's why you're saying that. Yeah, that's what I was asking too. Like, would it make a difference? If you have issues with Muslims, what's the point? You're not thinking about coming out anyway. So, okay, we can move that to the side. You ain't coming because there's white Muslims. Regardless of what the Most High tells you to do. He said, come out of her, my people. In the scriptures, it says Qadash, which is Jordan. You is still not coming because they're white Muslims. So we got to move that to the other side of the room, because it's a mute point, is what I'm saying. If that's why you're not coming, okay, that's your excuse. There's nothing I can say about that. Because I don't know what you prefer, some Black Muslims. You are out. Okay, so where are you? Are you in Africa with a bunch of Black Muslims? Because they're Muslims there too. What's the difference? Because their skin color? I'm waiting. Give me the reasoning behind what you're talking about. Because there's always some excuse. You are getting why? Why? Because I'm challenging you. I'm challenging you. I'm challenging the reasoning, your reasoning, and I'm not angry. You are getting angry. Where is the older sister from Arizona who used to be on your show every week? Yeah, she came out here. Sister, what's her name? Gosh. Yeah, I know who you're talking. She's here, but she's just not with me. But she came out and she's here. You suggest I have a problem with white people. No, you said you don't feel comfortable. Look, read you what you said. It's not what I think. You said, I'm glad you feel comfortable around white Muslims. Personally, I don't. So what do you mean? You suggesting that, not me. I didn't say anything. I said, oh, do you prefer Black Muslims? You have a problem with white Muslims? Do you prefer Black Muslims? Mariana. No, that's not her name. Sister Lawanda, yes. Yes, Sister Lawanda is here. She arrived safely months ago, but she had to change her plans. So, but she's here. White Muslim replaced the Israelite doll. Okay, but what does that got to do with you coming out of Babylon and coming within the borders? What does that got to do with it? And I'm not angry, brother. I'm just asking. Or sister, I don't know. But give me some, give me an understanding on why you made it clear to say white Muslims. Because obviously you have an issue with that. So I'm just addressing that. I don't see our replacers and displacers wanting to a bunch of black people moving there in masses. Interview some native Jordanians on your show and prove me wrong. Listen, you could go into my Poly Hustle page. I have my friend who's a Muslim, who's a Jordanian on there. I've done that already years ago. And I don't have to prove anything to you. Do what AHAYAY said. It ain't about what Sister Kinda said. Because if I have my friends come on here, most likely they're going to give you a feel-good story because they ain't got no problem with Israelites because I'm an Israelite. So, and they're my friends. So then it don't mean nothing. I'm not here to pacify you or make you guys feel good or try to, promote you to come out to Jordan. That's not what this is about. Thus saith AHAYAY. This is what the Most High said, do. No, and I'm not angry. I'm just telling you the truth. Like, you want me to be mad? You think what you're saying is something to make me angry? No, it's not. I'm just saying, I'm talking in the same manner I was talking about when I was talking about Elder Vakar. It hasn't changed. We just shift the conversation. So I'm not angry. I'm just saying to you, what does that got to do with AHAYAY telling you to come out of Babylon? Now you need proof to see that Muslims don't have a problem with Israelites. What does that got to do with it? So if you felt that Muslims do have a problem with Israelites, you're not gonna come, is what you're telling me, basically. Regardless of what the Most High told you to do, you ain't gonna come if you see a video with some Arabs or Muslims, speaking against Israelites or something. That's enough to not make you want to come. You scared? Are you scared? You don't trust the Most High? You don't have any faith in the Most High? Chill out, lady. You missed my point. Well, what's the point? Explain it, okay? I'm here. I'm all open. There ain't nobody else asking no questions. Interview the man you work for and ask him if he wants Black Americans to move to Jordan for their safety. That's what you need to see? But I ain't got time for that. Oh, see, you love Yeshua. Oh, that's why. Okay, I got it. See, that's all you had to say. I got it. I got it. Okay. Don't question your faith. Oh, I'm questioning your faith. I'm questioning your faith. I am. Because if you're asking me to do a video with some Muslims asking whether they care if Israelites come to their country or not, and that's going to make you secure, I'm questioning your faith. That's what I'm doing. So now what? Something is wrong. So you you're talking about you love Yeshua, and we don't even call on that name here. So you need to go to another platform, give you, give you that kind of assurance, because it's not coming from the Most High. You just want somebody to do videos. The reassurance should come from AHAYAY. That's why you need to be calling on AHAYAY. You're calling on the wrong power, brother or sister, and you want reassurance, and your God ain't giving it to you. That's what the point is. So you need to go fast and pray and go and find out the real name so you can get some real answers, because he's not answering you. That's why you asking me to do those kind of videos, to reassure you. I'm not here to reassure you. I'm telling you, thus saith AHAYAY, come out of Babylon. Okay? And that should be enough. lady, you about ready to have a very hard, bad week. Bet against my king and see what happens to you. I already did it, brother. Okay? Yeshua is Satan. So let me be clear. You're calling on Satan. Yah is Satan. Okay? And if you keep it up, you're going to be blocked. Because I'm not going to back and forth for you. And I'm not going to be having those names, those demonic names on my platform. So let's be clear. You don't need to have nothing to say. You don't have to say anything. If that's who you believe in, take that crap somewhere else, because we don't honor no Yeshua or Yah or none of that. It's Satan. Okay? Praise AHAYAY. Bahashem Yashaya. And I'm not mad. Praise AHAYAY. So, is that all you got to say? Yeah, it's Satan. And I'm blocking you as of this point. So, you need to go fast and pray about that information. And maybe, Most High will come to you and give you the correct information. Because I'm sure you're not even thinking about coming out of Babylon. That's why you're not thinking about coming out of Babylon. That's why you need, all what you were saying. No. She talking about the older lady, Sister Lawanda, that was coming. Remember, she was talking about she was coming. So she came, and she just, she didn't want to, listen. I don't want to talk bad against the sister. Sorry, best not to say nothing. Okay. I don't want to say anything bad, but it happens over and over and over and over again. She decided she wanted to do something different. I was talking about helping others, trying to get help for other sisters and but people, that's not their idea and that's not their intent. So I can't make people, do what they say they're going to do. So I'll just leave it at that. It's no problem, I don't need anybody to do what I'm doing. I'm doing this because this is what the Most High told me to do. But it's not everybody's job, Are you talking about Mayana? Mayana, no. Mayana is, I just was down there. We did a video together when I was down there, but we're in two different locations. So that's Mayana, the one who I sing with. Sister Lawanda is the one who was on the page, and she was telling y'all to come out, and she was getting ready to leave. Well, she left, and she came out, but she decided to do something else. So, And like I said, I don't get mad at our people for, doing what they do. That's what they do. It's okay. That's between, AHAYAY and the Most High. I mean, people and the Most High. They got to do, what they feel is right, And if this is not what they're not called to do this, then they're just not called to do it. But the problem is that a lot of people act like they're called to do something. Act like the Most High is dealing with them. Act like they're being told to do stuff. And then it ain't in them. They don't really want to do it. They don't really care to help other brothers and sisters. They don't care, And that brings me back to what I was saying about the whole, your people, they'll see me struggling. They see, they see Elder Ricard talking against me. They know, I don't know. Maybe they come here just to see, That's why I try not to be asking people for no donations, asking people for no money. You notice I don't be doing it. I may have it on my webpage if you want it, but I don't speak that kind of stuff because I know people are looking to have a problem about every little thing. They want to have a problem anyway. So I don't want to make it, exacerbate the problem. Oh, she asking for money. She did it. She doing it. She doing that. So I just keep it to thus saith AHAYAY, what the scriptures say. Keep it plain and simple so that way people can't say too much. But look, even still, somebody's coming up, oh, there's a scam in Jordan now. It's always something because people don't really want to do what's right. They don't want to do what they're supposed to do. They want to find a problem so they can kind of wiggle their way out of doing stuff. The same way with Elder Carr wiggling his way out of coming out of Babylon. First it was this, oh, come out of her, my people, come out of my people. Now, you got every reason in the world to come out, and he's still sitting in Babylon talking about building churches. While everything is falling, the banks are crashing, the food, all kind of stuff is going on. And we ain't talking about that no more. So if he could get away with that, anybody can get away with anything at this point. You know what I'm saying? Anybody they could wiggle around anything. If y'all let Elder Ricard wiggle his way out of that, then y'all don't care. He could say anything. And look, we got like 20 people here because people want to hear and, say what they want to say and see what's going on. But I pray that y'all hit the like button. Praise the higher. Hit the like button for me and, get some more people in here. And so magnify this truth about Jordan is the safe place. So people know that there is a place of refuge, that our people do have some place to go, that we just not destitute to sit in Babylon and wait on destructions and talk about spaceships coming when the Most High said, come out of her, my people. Hit the like button. So give somebody else a chance to hear this good news that AHAYAY is calling his people out. He's waking his people up, and he has a designated place for his people to come to. It's amazing. It's amazing. And I'm so happy, guys, that I'm the person to talk about it because nobody else is talking about this. So that makes me even more excited that I could bring some news to the children of Israel, that there is a safe place. And I've been here all this time. I didn't up and leave and run back to Babylon when it was convenient, brothers and sisters. I stood my ground, and I stood for AHAYAY, and I will continue to stand. Praise AHAYAY, Bahashim Yashaya, Wa Qadash Rawach. I'm so excited, This is amazing. And that the Most High would entrust a woman with this kind of task, And all I have to do, brothers and sisters, is not waver, not give in, not throw in a towel, not get disappointed, not get mad and angry at people for them not doing, just because I'm giving the information. I'm happy. I'm so happy. Because the Most High, he kept his word with me. He didn't turn his back on me. He kept me this whole time. He made sure that I was able to survive. I just had to trust in him. So I'm so thankful, brothers and sisters. I'm amazed at this, awakening. And I wish, y'all, if you would hear me and listen, to my testimony, how he took care of me. You don't have to be afraid. But you do have to follow the Lord's statutes and commandments. He's a stickler for his commandments, for his laws, And so that's why, I come to you about the holy days, the calendar, how to come out, Let me see, sister, maybe. You said you're one person when have children, the decision is not so light. Also, people fear what they don't know. Yeah, that's true. I was afraid. And praise the higher that I don't have children, but I don't think children would have stopped me. Because I feel like I would want to save the souls of my children. That's how I see it. Now, people may see it differently, but my concern is the children. Like you will want your child to make it. Give your child the opportunity to live. Why would you, if you cared about your children, why would you have them perish in Babylon? That's not love to me. So I don't think children would have, deterred me. I think our children are kings and queens, and they deserve this opportunity to live in the kingdom that the Most High has prepared for us. But if you cutting them off, if you keeping your child in Babylon, you're cutting them off from the salvation. So that's not love to me. And listen, look at how many our people going through drug addiction, homelessness, all kind of stuff in Babylon. Surely you're not afraid of being homeless when a lot of people have been homeless in Babylon. Surely you're not afraid of not having no food or be able to, when you've dealt with that, being poor in poverty, in Babylon. Just one last question while the chat is still full. Is it true 90% of the Israelites who have met you in person have decided to leave you alone? Well, you can look at it like that. But I have decided to leave them alone. You can look at it and, of course they're going to act like, oh, we don't want to deal with her. That, of course, that's what they're going to say. But on the flip side is Sister Kana. I'm not dealing with him. So, no, on one part, of course, I can have the testimony. It's my testimony. No, I leave them because I cannot. I'm not dealing with people calling on the power around me. I'm not dealing with that. So, no, I'll go. People decide different things. They'll decide to start calling on the YAH name. What else is Sister kind of going to do but get up and go? Huh? What would you do? But I can't really ask that because most people, they like to sit around and be just to have brews around them. But I'm not that type of person. I'm not trying to offend the Most High, and I care of whether I'm offending the Most High. So you could, that'll be their testimony. Oh, we don't want to be around her. But no, there's a lot of them saying, oh, she just left. She did it. They talk all kinds of stuff about Sister Ghana. But I'm not calling on no other power. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So it depends in their age. Little ones you can take anywhere. Older ones, it can be a problem. But my kids weren't raised in Babylon. I wasn't having it. See, something in you even knew, from the beginning not to have your children in Babylon. Praise the higher for you. But listen, yeah, I don't know what people think of Sister Kana. Like, I'm not just here talking just to be talking. This is Sister Kana. This is how I am. I walk this walk. So I'm not trying to offend the Most High. On no way. And I even more so now that I got the truth and I got a little understanding on how the Most High be doing stuff. I'm not trying to be out here hanging out with brews who don't really care about the Most High. They don't care about the laws. They don't care about the Sabbath. They don't care about his name. They don't care. So I'm not that type of person. I care. I care which power I'm calling on. I read the scriptures. He says he's a jealous God. Why would I stand anywhere talking about praising amongst another power? That don't make sense to me. That's foolishness to me. So it depends on how you thinking and where you at. If it's okay for you to be among Israelites and just be happy that you among anybody and they calling on different gods and that's how you feel and it's okay for you. But I don't feel comfortable in that kind of setting. The Most High said one accord. So a lot of brews feel like it's okay just to be having some brews around and y'all, they barbecuing, they just don't say this, they just don't say that. Come on. When you get on them scriptures, is that okay? I'm asking y'all, anybody can answer. Is it okay for you to just be amongst people who, and you call yourself worshiping the Most High, and y'all all are calling on different names. You got Bruce here calling on the J name still. They're calling on the YAH name. Some people calling on the AHAYAY. Some of them went to Muslim. You tell me, is that okay? Would you do it? Now, answer your own question. Would you be around Hebrews all calling on different names? I'll wait to hear your answer. Set apart music, since you posed the question. I'm waiting. No answer, huh? Just when, and look, they put that question up there like I was supposed to be offended. I'm not offended. And I ain't, these Israelites, they be coming out with all kinds of nonsense, y'all. Make your head spin. My father pastor is Darby. My father passed. But I'm asking you, you ain't answered the question, though. I'm asking you, are you comfortable with being among Hebrews, who are all calling on different names and different gods? If I met him and he said JC, I wouldn't be mad. Exactly. And that's why if you came out of Babylon, you wouldn't be around Sister Connor either. And, you wouldn't be around me with that. Because it's my job to try to edify you and tell you the error in that. And if you didn't want to receive it, then I would have to separate. It's just simple. It's not nothing bad. It's just what it is, And why don't you feel, set apart music, that you have a responsibility, knowing, I don't know how much of this truth that you know. I don't know who you call on or whatever. I don't know, because it's probably YAH, but I'm just talking right now. I don't know for sure. I don't know you. So I'm asking you, wouldn't you supposed to edify that person and give them the right direction? And if they still chose to do, opposite, you have a choice to make. What's wrong with that? A Gentile, wait. I am not supposed to listen to Gentiles read the Bible, right? Wait, okay, let me go up a little bit. Bro Bakaya and Cecilia have been here for 8 years. We met through Sister Kana. We love her zeal for AHAYAY and agree we should be around like-minded people. Call on AHAYAY. Praise AHAYAY. So, AHAYAY Remnant Ministries, Brother Bakaya and Sister Leah have been here for 8 years. What you mean, been here? AHAYAY Remnant Ministries. First of all, I have to say this because I don't get to tell this story. Bakaya and Sis Leah, praise AHAYAY. I don't know if this is you guys, but you said you met them. They met on my Skype platform, fell in love, and got married. And they still together. Praise AHAYAY. I am so happy. The Most High, they found love. We was on the Skype. We had a Skype chat. I still have the Skype chat, as a matter of fact. Called what is it? A narrow road. I think I changed it to that. But they met on that chat, that Skype chat, and fell in love, and they still together to the day. Praise AHAYAY. Yes, it's us. Praise AHAYAY. Sister Leah and Brother Bakaya. Praise AHAYAY for y'all. They've been together. Y'all been together. How long it's been? How many years now? It's been a long time. Yes, they are married. Did y'all get married and stuff? I know it's been a minute, y'all. And where y'all at? Are y'all here? You here? Wait, hold on. Praise AHAYAY. I'm happy for y'all. They've been together ever since, y'all. It's been a minute. They met on Skype. And he knew. That brother knew. I'm so happy to hear from y'all. Praise AHAYAY, sister and brother. 8 years married. Yay! Praise AHAYAY. I'm so happy for y'all. That is wonderful. Woo! So, and y'all know Sister Connie been going through this stuff for a long time. Y'all understand? Florida dad. Oh, I'm so sorry. My condolences. I'm so sorry to hear that. Wow. I'm sorry, sis. Wow. So then now y'all dealing with that. So that's did y'all have the funeral yet? Y'all making arrangements now? Wow. Okay, he was 94. Ooh, praise AHAYAY. He lived a long, blessed life. 94. Woo! Listen, Israelites be living, huh? 94 years. Oh, God. So I'm so happy for y'all, though. I'm happy. I'm so sorry about your father. You know, much respect, sis. And Baba Kaya. I'm getting you mixed up with Baba Kaya. Bakaya. Akbakaya. Yes. We buried him over the weekend. Oh, okay. Woo! So when are y'all coming out? Y'all been knowing, I'm sure y'all been watching. It's good to see y'all. Y'all know this truth. Y'all know this stuff has been a long saga and it still ain't stopped. Praise AHAYAY, sis, for you and brother. I remember when he even tried to come out. Like I remember something had happened when he tried to come. So I know that's been an issue, but AHAYAY will make a way, you know? AHAYAY will make a way. Because we were going through a whole lot during that time. I mean, with the passport situations. Yes, I remember now. Yes. You don't have to say too much. I remember. That was deep. Yes. I remember now. I remember what happened. That was deep. Because they don't want the children of Israel stepping out of Babylon. And people have been trying over the years to get out. They're making it very hard. So for brothers and sisters who do have the means and have a way, you know, because there's people who really want to come out and have issues of getting out. And that's a whole nother, situation. You know, they were trying to stop a lot of brothers. And we was trying to come up with all kind of different angles. Even still, even now. Praise AHAYAY, sis. And we can't, there's things that I could tell you, but we have to talk on another platform, not on this because, but yeah, you got to keep trying. This is rough. It's rough for the children of Israel. This is really Jacob's trouble. We in it, Many told me Gentiles are not supposed to teach Israelites, AHAYAY. Should I refuse to listen to the Gentiles who woke me up in 2016 because that's not official? Well, I don't ascribe to that teaching. The Most High will use who He needs to use to wake you up. Whoever. So a lot of people, they on that whole, they don't. The Israelites are all black. A lot of people are on that teaching, but I don't ascribe to that teaching. So, I'm not the one. If some people, some Gentiles woke you up and gave you the truth, praise AHAYAY. Praise AHAYAY, and you should be thanking them and, figure out how to get out of Babylon together. Do they know they're supposed to leave? Because the Gentiles will be in the wilderness with us and they will be helping us. So I don't ascribe to that teaching. So I don't know what answer. You listening to the wrong people, because everybody don't ascribe to that. Only black Israelites. Should I continue to support heathen Gentiles? They know they aren't Israelites by watching their online Bible studies. Well, I wouldn't learn under them. I mean, if they gave you the information that who you are, I mean, it's cool. But I mean, you don't have to learn under them. You can start teaching them. Like, you need to tell them that they need to get out of Babylon. Do they know that? Just because they gave you the information of who you are, that don't mean that they know the scriptures. He gave the book to us. But you can tell them that they need to come out of Babylon and start to build yourself a support team, and get it done. I don't know if I'm not sure if you're still in Babylon, so let me not speak so fast. If you're already gone, but wherever you are, wherever you are, they seem confused because they studied with GLCC. But why you say that they seem confused? But you're not talking about that guy that called himself the Archangel. You're not talking about him, are you? I am still just so shocked with Sister Leah and Bayaka. No, Josh Lavio. Okay, so let me ask you. Let's get this straight. You said why are they confused? You said they're confused because they study under GLCC. What are they confused about? About, why he's not telling people where to go or what? That's enough to confuse you. GLCC is not the best teachers. Well, why you feel that way? So, guys, and I know this probably seems odd, coming from me, because I'm constantly under attack from GLCC, and I'm also talking about GLCC. But when it comes to the doctrine, guys, I agree with Elder Ricard's doctrine. I know this brother is coming with the truth, So that is not the issue. The issue is, just like the scriptures say, Satan is at war with the children of Israel. We're in a precarious situation. Elder Ricard has been taken down. He's working against us. But the reason why he has such an attractive following is because he is coming with the truth. The truth is what's passing through, the information. But unfortunately, y'all, he's been taken down. So it's a double-edged sword that's going on here. Satan is at war with the children of Israel, those who know, who got the name of Yashaya and who knows this truth. That's the scriptures. But I'm paraphrasing, so please forgive me. But we're in a war right now. Elder Ricard, who's bringing the information, who knows we're supposed to flee, who has the name of the Most High, who understands the secrets of the time, he's under attack. So you're not getting a lot of the information is skewed. So that's where I've been coming in at. It's kind of like explaining to y'all what is going on and, where to look so that you can get the right information. But you have to do this as you're coming out of Babylon. So that's where it gets real hairy, because our people, we kind of get lulled back to sleep. Like, you understand something ain't right. Something is going on. But then you kind of get caught up with the everyday, everyday, function of what you're doing. The teaching is on point. Now, I don't agree with that part of it, that they're not the best teachers. He's coming with the information. So what do you feel about it? And these Gentiles, they learned under them, so they got some information. They got the information. So what's the problem? Why haven't these Gentiles who learned under GOCC started to flee already, or are they already out of Babylon? Like I said earlier, I don't know if you know who, if you have heard this or whatever. I never would have thought, oh, they are in Florida. Okay, but do they know to flee? They learned under GOCC, so they're not with them anymore. So they know to flee. Why haven't they done any? Why haven't they left? I don't preach flee at all. They don't preach. Yeah. So what are they? You learning under them? What are they talking about? They don't preach flee at all. So that's how you woke up to the truth. Not that interested. My question had to do with your opinion about official Bible instruction. Well, ask the question. Um, what are you saying? You asking me, is it okay for you to learn under Gentiles? I said, no, you shouldn't. You should be teaching them. That was my answer. Men are supposed to teach men, and women shouldn't teach men, right? Right. You shouldn't have to teach no man. Yes, they woke me up. 216. Josh Lavier woke me up. Okay. So your question was to me, should you be learning under Gentiles? And my answer was no, you shouldn't. Just because they gave you the truth of who you are and they woke you up, that don't mean that they they know anything. But the fact that you said that they learned under GOCC, that's why it would appear that they got a lot of information. But no, you shouldn't be learning under them. You're supposed to be teaching them. So that's why I asked you, are you telling them that they should leave? You said Toe Ministries teaches the flea doctrine. Who, I don't know these pieces. So Shoshana, is that who she's talking about? Okay, thank you. You answered my question. GLCC is not the only teachers online. No, they're not. But you got to be careful. But you did say that you're learning under people who learned under GLCC. But the only thing is they're not talking about fleeing. That should be red flags for you. So sis, you said Toe Ministry. Is that I woke up in 2016. Okay, so that's almost 10 years now. In 2 years it'll be 26. So in 2 years, what's the plan? I mean, in 8 years, what's the plan? And Sister Shoshana, who's Toe Ministries? Is that Josh? That's their ministry? So you saying they do teach fleeing? I don't know. They were GLC students until 2000. Okay. I don't give GLCC the credit. I give the Gentiles. Thanks again. This is what I read about our people. Like, I don't get it. Okay. Well, that's up to you. You have the opportunity. You got the information. If they learned you didn't learn that they were under GLCC so 2 years later. But regardless, they learned under GLCC. So you got to equate that into the information. You're mad at GLCC for what? I don't know. And you don't want to give them the credit, but how can you not? How can you not? If they learned under the people you're learned under Elder Wakar, how can you not? And I'm not defending GOCC because I'm telling you that the brother is coming against me. But I mean, come on, it is what it is. Just because you don't want to give people the credit, that don't mean it ain't true. If people learned under, they're teaching you and they learned under someone else, then why not give them the credit? What's the problem? Who did I say woke me up? You said the Gentiles woke you up, but but I said they learned under GOCC. So why do you have a problem? At least you're getting some semi good information, but usually more times than not, and I also reiterated that just because you got the truth from these people, that don't mean you should be learning under them, because we're supposed to teach the nations. Gates of Huldah is very pleasant. I don't know. You seem like you let me see, Sister Connor, please stop. Stop what? What's the problem? You asked me a question and I'm giving you an answer. You don't want to receive it. Why ask me? I'm giving you my opinion on it. You brought the situation to me. This is my opinion. So why please stop it now? I don't like GOCC, and apparently you don't either. You are being a hypocrite. Oh my goodness. All right, sis, I'm a hypocrite. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm trying to be as straightforward with you as possible, but you don't get it. That's it. It's going over your head. Sister or brother, I learned under GOCC. Still to this day, with them talking about me, with them putting me on blast, calling me Jezebel, telling me I'm this, I'm that, I'm this. I learned under GOCC. If you feel that that's being a hypocrite, okay, you don't get it. And I'm sorry you don't get it. I'm sorry you don't get it. This infiltration in our community. Our men have been taken down. Elder Ricard is one of the men. Does that mean that he's not bringing forth truth? Does that mean that the information that he's bringing is not valid? It's tainted, sister or brother. It's tainted. There's a problem. Something is wrong. And I'm not against my brother, Elder Ricard, because they took him down. I'm warning our people, this is what's going on. And I know it's hard to grasp it. I don't know what it is with our people. Like, we're in a war right now, y'all. We're in a war, in the midst of a war. Our brothers, our men are being taken down. Women, where are you? If you know something is wrong with the brothers, do you just kick them to the side and go in the other direction? That's what you do in a war? Or are you supposed to stand and post up in the battle and help? What are you supposed to do? But because you don't really know how to stick together, you don't know how to come together, you don't know how to have nobody's back, you'll just push it to a side and keep it moving. And this is what this whole, you're lost, sister, set apart, or brother. All this stuff I'm talking and I'm telling y'all about since I've been on, you ain't getting it. The men have been taken down. I'm here telling you where to go. I'm under attack by my brother. They're using my brother against me. But my brother is the one who's coming with all the information. What do? You reveal what's going on. You call out the parties involved. You tell them, You tell our people what to do and where to go. But I understand what's going on. They're pinning my brother against me. I never thought in 1,000 years that I would have to speak against this brother. And I mean, there were so many games played during this whole fiasco. And I've talked about it over the years. They pinned me against the brother. Then I was getting death threats. I was getting marriage proposal, all this stuff to throw things off, to confuse this situation. But I had to stay on the straight and narrow path, brothers and sisters. And I'm still here on this straight and narrow path. So if you can't get what's going on and why Sister Connor has to say what she has to say and bring out the information and talk about what's going on, I don't know what to tell you. Y'all got to get a clue. And I get this from a lot of set apart. You're not the only one. Most majority of Israelites act this way. Because Elder Rakar is taken down, it's like, oh, you know, why would he do that? Da, 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 da. Y'all don't care about this situation. Why pretend? Y'all don't care. Why pretend that you care? You half listening. You don't know what I'm talking about. You don't even care. I'm yelling from the rooftops, help, help, help. There's infiltration. Come out of Babylon. Stand and help. And this is the kind of comments I got to talk. This is why. And then you talk about, oh, you're not around 90% of the Israelites. This is why. Because y'all don't care. You don't care. I could talk here. I could come on Thursday nights and talk till I'm blue in the face. People just don't care. You ain't trying to come out of Babylon. You don't really care. I'm telling you that the brother is infiltrated. They took him down. Do you care? Like that's the afterthought. What is wrong with y'all? Because I say praise the high. It could be me. I could be sitting in Babylon, taken down, trying to figure out ways how to talk to our people, and to look back and talk about these people. They don't even care. They don't even care. You're doing all this. You're pouring out your soul to people, trying to tell them, to wake them up, to tell them what to do. This is what you should do. And you don't care. How do you talk to a people that don't care? How do you warn a people who don't care? And then I'm rambling. Yes, I'm rambling. Because you don't care. So I got to ramble. I don't know. Is it me, y'all? Okay, it's me. I don't get this. Ooh, I thank AHAYAY that I'm here. I'm on this side. I praise AHAYAY that I'm here. That I ain't got to be dealing with that foolishness in Babylon, hoping that somebody could get a clue to help me. Oof. I couldn't be in that situation. I couldn't be in Babylon under duress in a situation hoping that somebody would get a clue. That one of my Israelite brothers would get a clue to help. You be on up the creek with no paddle, waiting on the Israelites to figure something out. And we supposed to be the smart ones. The Most High said the Gentiles is like spittle, like they're foolish. Well, what's going on with these Israelites? Why can't our Israelite people get a clue? What is wrong with y'all? I'm just saying. I think AHAYAY. It's not a role reversal thing with the brother, that I wasn't in a situation where I needed help, or I'm taken down, or I needed somebody to figure something out. Y'all just like in La La Land. Do 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 do. and you said, and you got a problem with GOC. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Praise AHAYAY. I praise AHAYAY. Even, I be thinking that same thing. I be thinking that here. Like, I be running to Israelites and, I be saying stuff. Like, what if I needed some help? Nothing. If it wasn't for AHAYAY, praise AHAYAY Bahashim Yashaya. Because an Israelite, praise AHAYAY, Sister Shauna. Let me put that out. I've been putting that. I'm sorry, y'all. I just be talking. I ain't putting none of these comments up, but there's a lot, good comments. So that's some information for you. Set apart. She's saying there are some other Israelites. I mean, I don't know how much you need after you get the fact that you're a Hebrew Israelite, that you need to come out of Babylon, that Christ Yashaya is coming back soon for the remnant. I mean, what else do you need to know after that? I mean, you start going into scriptures about, learning about Christ and, how we're supposed to live and things like that. But you got to study to show yourself approved. The Most High will start opening up your understanding once you start seeking and asking and praying and fasting. But we do need teachers. But it's just sad that so, everybody has to go through their trials, in situations. But just know that AHAYAY is watching, But, basing on the conversation, I get it. So we got to keep seeking and searching. Praise AHAYAY. And, I would love to do stuff like a woman's class, guys, but I'll be trying. But it's just, I know our sisters need help. Our sisters need understanding. And, and we need to have like a study group amongst the sisters and those kind of things. But every time I try to do stuff like that, all of a sudden my internet goes haywire. So that's why I have to like be moving around even now to get, decent internet service. But as soon as I try to be like doing something consistently, stuff get crazy with me. So, I would like to help sisters. I would, that's what I'm here for. If y'all want to put together a study group, maybe make a list of things that you want to study, and maybe we could try to put something together for sisters. Make a list of things that that you may be struggling with, or and we could try to help. But I'm all advocating for you got to come out of Babylon. First things first. Get yourselves out of harm's way. That should be the focus. If you learn and you're getting some information here and there from different groups, but you must know that you got to leave. You see the ceiling is falling in, the banks are collapsing, they're moving the food, out of the equation. So you gotta get out, sisters. Take your children and run. And then you take the time once you're out, get within the borders, and then you have to worry about sustaining yourself, getting a job, getting settled, and getting closer to the Most High, getting some understanding. In that order, yes, we need to get out. Study and support groups would be great. Yes, so we can start that. We'll start, I'll start. But I kind of, every time I try to put something together, then, I hate to say it, but people be a little flaky, really flaky. It's nothing, no consistency, nothing. If they say, people will say this and then it'll be something else. And I understand things come up, but this is for the Most High. This is for His people. People have to understand that we got to say, keep our word. And if your word, if you ain't no good at your word, then what else good are you? If you can't commit to something and say you're going to do something and follow through it, what good are you? We understand that sometimes some things come up, but this should be important. Talking with our people, helping our people get it together. As you can see, our people are a little unstable, you know, and it's hard to deal, with our people because there's people got short fuses. They get attitude like they get mad if you deal with them directly, and then you're angry. You're mad at them because you're coming to them directly, or you got to deal with them a certain way, or else they're not gonna receive it. All that kind of stuff. So yeah, we could work on doing a study group. I'm all for it. And I'm all for like coming out, sisters coming out, 5 Wives Virgin Committee. That's what I wanted to do, to help have a support team in place when sisters and families come out. Have other sisters, our older sisters to be a support team. So that when the younger sisters come, they have family. We have to learn how to get back to supporting each other, brothers and sisters. We got to learn. And I have issues. My issues are dealing with people who calling on different names. I've learned a long hard lesson with that. So but I really want to deal with people who are calling on a higher. We on one accord, then we could take another step to in the right directions, having study groups, having a support system in place, so that when our sisters come out and they have children, they need help. At least we should be able to do that. But yeah, because of my experiences, I'm under attack a lot. I have to be able to, you know, get out of a situation if I have to. And that's what I was talking about. Like, I'll be meeting people, talking to people, and you never know what the situation is. Maybe I need help. And I'm not talking about money or anything like that, but yeah, people just ain't thinking. They're not thinking. So there's a lot of work need to be done so that we can understand the situation that we're in. Yes, we need to get out. Yeah, study and support group would be great. Yes, sister, we need that. So that I'll start. You know, if you're interested, let me just put that out there. First of all, okay, I said a few things I was going to put up. Let me put up my email first. Things first. So that way, if you're interested in a support group and us doing study groups, hit me up. Email me so that I know. Oh, y'all know what? This thing acting up. Hold on. Let me put it on another way. Hold on. Let me go on my phone and try to put something up. This computer's. Okay, so if you're interested in having a support group, a study group, hit me up via email, and that way we can. The live chat has moved. Oh, I don't know, guys. I'm gonna put it in my comments. Oh, I see. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna put the info. travel.com info. Right? Yeah, hit me up so that way I know you're serious and this is something that you want to do. We'll work on that. And we can do some other things, like and just prepare. So as sisters come out, if you need help or if you can help somebody. Let me see. Did y'all see that? Okay, that's one email. The other one is I told you travel@yahoo.com. Right? Let's see. Okay. I think I put it up. No. And any more suggestions? But we definitely need a support group. There's sisters here who, they still trying to get themselves together. They are um, trying to, get jobs and, things like that. So, and the children of Israel are coming out, y'all. So, and that's what this is mainly about. Okay, so I put it up in the chat, both emails that you can hit me up. And that way, so if you're interested in doing a study group, a support group, because I guess that's what your sister was saying. She's saying there's no real study groups online. So if that's the issue, let's put something in place. Maybe on the Sabbath we can do something, or maybe on Friday nights. Because I used to do the Friday nights Nappy Hair Chronicles, but I changed it to Thursday. So maybe we could do something on Friday or Saturday on the Sabbath. Just a study group. If y'all would like to do that, praise the higher. I don't mind. And if it's going to help, bring us close together on one accord as you're making your way out of Babylon, praise the higher. Let's do that. We need it, and our sisters need it, because the teachings and stuff are all over the place. But let me be clear, guys. Let me be clear. I study under GOCC. I'm not all over the place with all these other people. I don't watch other channels, and definitely if they ain't calling on the correct name, I'm not even listening. I'm not open for anything like that, because I cannot. I'm in the valley of decision. The Most High is not playing with Israel. So when we come out here, you got to really understand what you're dealing with the Most High, what power you're dealing with, who you're calling on. And that's why I find, and this is just my opinion, that's why there's so many Israelites who are here. They be all over the place, because you know, they're not steadfast in His word. They, calling on it different names and all kind of stuff. So hit me up. I'll be waiting for emails to see who's actually, interested in us studying, um, doing a group, support group as well. Any kind of help that, we can give information wise. A lot of sisters, there has been sisters who hit me up for money, for money. And then, I try to help when I can, and things like that. But I think it's important that Most High provides for, especially when people are trying to come out, because you don't want to, want people to be saying, "Oh, well, you brought me out here, and now da 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 da." You know what I'm saying? So that's why I always try to make sure that people make sure they get plane ticket money and they get out here on their own. And then from there, we try to help people with this and that. But it's important that we are on one accord. You must be on the right power, because all help comes from a higher. That's who helps me. So if I'm giving help, it's because a higher has blessed me to be a blessing to somebody. So it's important that we understand that who we serving and who we calling on, because you can't come out here being all over the place. And that's a good thing of having a study group now, as you're making your way out, so that you can at least be on the right understanding, and then we can, move to the next phase of things. So praise the higher. Thank you, Sister Ahaya Remnant Ministries. So are y'all teaching is Babakaya? I'm not Babakaya, I'm sorry. Bakaya. Is he teaching? I see y'all got your ministries. What y'all doing? Are y'all doing some music and Hebrew and stuff? Because I know y'all was into all that stuff. I'm so happy to hear from you guys again. Bless you, sister and brother. You know, is Bakaya, is he teaching online, or do y'all have something set up? Just putting up scripture. Okay. Okay, well, praise the higher. We could start there, but we could start pulling this stuff together. And maybe, that will make like Sister Lawanda, maybe she'll, you know, yeah. But we got sisters. People are out, they're here. They're here. They're lurking around. They just need our people need structure. And we have to put structure together and things in place so that people can get organized because Judah is all over the place, you know. The different tribes, our people just all over the place. And in America, we're so used to doing whatever we want to do. That's how America has trained us, the children of Israel and the daughters of Zion. You understand? Trained us to kind of like do whatever we want to do. So it's hard to kind of put us in order, and it's hard for us to listen to other people, but we have to have structure. There have to be some structure. And we have to be able to take information from people and apply it and not be so quick to be offended about everything. If somebody says something that they don't agree with you, it's an issue, then you're mad. And, the one thing I have learned over these years is I don't, I don't get so mad at I don't get mad about stuff. And if there is a situation that I don't like or by the end of the day, I'm over it, because there's too much going on, you know, that's so much important that we have to be able to let the little things go, you know, but you have to be able to take instruction, brothers and sisters. And I'm talking to my sisters mainly. If we're going to talk about, coming together and, having some kind of group, and we have to be able to receive information. You can't get mad if somebody's telling you the information. You ask the question and I give you the answer, and then now you're mad. Or you just don't like, maybe the tone in which I said it, or, and then maybe I could be guilty of that. I have to work on, maybe with how I bring forth information, you know, I know our people are pretty fragile, like we're sensitive about stuff. So, that's how we have to work through this stuff. We can't stop working at it. We have to work at this. We're going to be in the wilderness together, y'all, and you're not going to like everything, how everything's being done. And especially, you're seeing like, well, Sister Lee, you're married, so you know how to take instructions from men. You have a husband. And a lot of sisters who have husbands, it's easier to, be able to take instructions from a man. But a lot of sisters who are single have issues with taking instruction, period, whether it's a man or if it's a woman. And that's something we have to learn how to do. We have to be able to receive information, and be able to, get information from people without it being a problem, an issue. And there's a whole lot of stuff we got to work on. And I only can gauge things by a lot of the stuff that I have been dealing with Israelites. I've been doing this for a long time. I've been dealing with a lot of different people. I have dealt with a lot of different situations, and I see a lot of things, so I can only gauge by this kind of stuff, like what I see. And then we have issues with stuff like that too. We have to learn to listen and get along. Yeah, it's so true. Yes, we have to be able to get along. And one of my biggest issues, or one of the things that I see, is I think people have the idea to want to help people and get involved, but there's no follow through. So the biggest, thing I see, when I'm dealing with Israelites, is like people do want to help others. They do want to get involved, and they want to have, like a situation or organization, but it's just never no follow through. The moment that it comes, it comes for you to have to be consistent, do what you say, Put your foot forward. Now, when you're working for, say, Esau, or for a job, then it's all good. You know how to do it. Some of our sisters are the best workers there are. You know what I'm saying? We don't ran these corporations. We don't work the secretaries, implementing all kind of stuff. We know how to implement some stuff. But as soon as it comes to us doing it for us, to me, it starts to be an issue. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of lax. There's no real follow through. There's no real incentive. You know, and that comes with you know I hate to say it, and it's probably gonna get a little touchy, like kind of with low self-esteem, not feeling worthy, not looking at your brethren and sisterin as worthy to put the effort through. And that kind of goes back to what me saying, like I'll run into Israelites or talk to Israelites, and they don't even know if I need help, and don't really even care. Like there's no regard in that way, and that's a serious issue. So I'm saying, like, we got infiltration going on in our community. And when I say this, it's just like flies over people's head. And that's the same regard I'm talking about with us putting some organization together to, build up a platform for a support group, or the Five Wise Virgin committees. There's no follow through. There's no follow up. There's no nothing. Let me see. Yes, we have to try to control our anger towards our men. That is where a lot of our income is lost. Oh, I don't know, sis. I don't think that the daughters of Zion are mad at the men. To me, I don't, that's not what I'm getting from sisters. I don't know. I don't know if that's so much an issue of us, because we're angry at the men. I think we have to hold our men accountable, and I think that we're not going to get through this threshold by just pushing stuff under the rug and act like it's not happening. It's happening. I've tried. Listen, I've dealt with a lot of our brothers, a lot, and I don't know. It's hard to really deal with our brothers right now because we're women and they're men. So we have to listen to them. They're not really taking any instructions, nothing from a woman. That's what I see. So even if you're there to help them, they don't even know, like they don't know. They don't have one clue, y'all. Let me be honest. I'm trying to tread lightly because I don't want, you know, the men or our brothers to feel like we bashing them. But at what point do you have to be honest to our men and tell them the truth? They have to get themselves together. And us, you know, how do I say? Us, like pacifying them is not going to help them. It's not helping them. It's not, y'all, sisters. And some of y'all are married. Some of y'all have men, your boyfriends or whatever. Pacifying these men. And I did a video on the pride and the ego. We've been tiptoeing around these prideful, arrogant, egotistical brothers, not wanting to say something because you're going to hurt their ego. You got to watch how you say that, but it's not helping. When are you able to just be honest and say, listen, maybe you could do this, and you got to figure out how you got to say it to them. You got to tiptoe around, all this stuff. It ain't working. So y'all tell me, like, I'll shut up. This is Sister Leah, you're married. You know how you have to deal with your husband, how to deal with your man. These are some of the things that we will have to discuss. because I'm not good at that. I'm not good at, you know, uh, pacifying men like that. I'm what I'm good at is telling them the truth and let them get mad. But because I don't, you know, I don't owe him nothing, or I don't need him to do something. Like, I gotta worry if I need somebody to do something for me. I can't tell the truth because maybe they ain't gonna help me no more. You know what I'm saying? That's when you in that kind of situation where you don't want your husband to be mad at you. You don't want your boyfriend to be mad at you. You need him to do something, so you ain't gonna say something. But I'm not in that situation. So how I handle stuff is I just tell them, listen, this is this and that. They get mad and they be mad. And then I be praying about stuff. Let the Most High deal with them. Let the Most High deal with them. And that's what I feel this situation is about. The Most High has to deal with these men because they're not going to take instructions or any kind of advice. No passive aggressive, no stroking the ego. They ain't that. They ain't doing all that, y'all. You just got to be up straight and honest. So you're right. I don't know, sister Chandel. Praise the higher for you, my sister. Good to see you here. You give me some suggestions. I don't know. I haven't been doing well with my brothers, on the most part. Like, I just let them be. I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do. I ain't trying to teach nobody. I say what I need to say and I just let it go. Let the Most High deal with them. But what do you suggest, sis? Because it's not that I don't think that sisters love don't are angry with the men, or we have to try to control our anger towards our men. That is where a lot of our income is lost. Now you got to explain that, please. Elaborate on that part and give me some suggestions on what you think, sis. And if you want to come on, you're welcome. You always can come on, sis. But you have to get a man open for suggestions, right? Without them feeling that you are trying to control them. Right. Right. And this is the part, sisters, I have to be honest. I'm 100% transparent. I'm not that good at that. I know that our brothers need to be worked. You got to deal with them a certain way. You got to speak to them a certain way in order for them to, months down the line, think it's their idea, and stuff like that. I ain't got time for all that. I think that if they can deal with each other straight up and accept and receive information, then they surely should be able to receive it from wherever it comes from. I think that America and the Babylon system have tricked and deceived our men into thinking that this ego pride thing they got going on is validated, but it's not validated with the Most High, AHAYAY. He ain't tolerating that crap. And so they're going to have to change on that that whole idea has got to be moved out of the door. So, how do you deal with our brothers? We do definitely need to have a platform on these, dealing with these men. But I can honestly say that I haven't been very successful. I do think brothers hear me and they do listen, but they do it in quietly. They ain't gonna, they're not gonna be upfront about it. Majority of them. Now I have had some brothers come to me and we talk, and they really are some good brothers, and they be righteous men, and they be honest, and we can dialogue. But for the most part, majority of the men, they're dealing with this pride and ego thing. So since Chandel, give some suggestions on what you mean. You have to get a man, open for suggestions. So how do you get the man open for suggestions, Sister Shauna? How do you get them? The Most High doesn't stroke egos. Yes, true. Praise higher, Sister Leah. No, he does not. And she said, me neither. Praise the higher. I'm not on the backstage says AHAYAY hates pride. Yes, he does hate pride. So that's not, that whole idea is not going to work. So what else? Anybody else, like, y'all have some suggestions on how to deal with the men? maybe we're not supposed to even be dealing with them. I feel like let a man be a man, you know? I'm all for let a man be a man. And he gonna have to figure it out. Because if I'm only talking from the perspective of you're not sleeping with him. You're not trying to coerce him into doing something. You know what I'm saying? You're not playing no mind games or feminine wow. See, and I hear a lot of brothers talk about this whole femininity thing, right? And it's great when we are supposed to be feminine. But when we have to use our femininity to get a man to do anything, that's wickedness in itself. You should not have to appear to a man's sexual, part of his brain in order to get something done. Praise the highest, sis. Yeah, we should be praying and going to the Most High. But see, men they still want to do things in a wicked way, within wicked nature, by implying that a woman needs to be feminine and has to come across to him in a certain way in order to get what she wants. That's wicked. It's wicked for a woman to play on a man. You know when the scriptures talk about a woman who's like messing with her eyelids and she gonna be hung by them high eyelids in Hades. So trying to appeal to a man sexual, sexuality for you, that's wicked also. We should not have to be using femininity as a way to get an attention, get anything done, to ask your husband to do anything, to give him no ideas, but they'll still use that as a talking point, like as if it's okay to do stuff like that. And that's what women should do, So they just still, they don't know what they're talking about, and they don't know what they're saying, that's wicked. And then to imply for women to have to feel that they have to do stuff like that in order to get her man to do anything. Still, they still on that line of Babylon and wickedness. That's my opinion. Because if I have to start appealing to a man with my femininity and talking to him a certain way and being sweet, talking to him, and to you, that's femininity. First of all, that's a problem right there. And, we ain't got nothing in common anyway. If that's your idea of femininity and how a woman is supposed to appeal to a man, that's an issue for me, because I feel like I shouldn't have to be doing all that. You should see the righteousness, the good in me, all the things that AHAYAY see in me. You understand? For me to be a blessing and a help me, and So listen, this is what I feel that I don't know. They ain't ready. They really ain't ready. I'm telling you. Because when you start coming with some real conversation, what they gonna do? Find one who matches your temperament, equally yoked. Exactly. But you can't have people, on a platform giving this kind of advice to women and making them feel that she said, I'm gonna fall off the sofa. Listen, hey, let's keep it 100, But they ain't ready, y'all. They ain't ready. So that's why I just be like, I can't even go there with people because it's a farce. That is where we women comes in. We have a law, a commandment to cover your head in Jeremiah 9. The whole chapter is what the Most High instructed us to do. As man is the head, he said, cover it. Khan. Shalom, sis. I'm going to put that up there. Wait, hold on. Okay, so, yeah, but so now you're talking about covering, and we agree, with the whole covering and stuff like that. But now we're talking about, we know that men are the head, right? And we know that we are the weaker vessel, and we're supposed to cover our head in respect for your man or for Christ and the Most High, right? But now we're talking about a more intricate situation. Like, how do you deal with these men? We're talking about, you know, talking to our brethren about things that, we need to get done. Because Sister Chandel said, she brought this up, and this what sparked this is that she said, let me go back and read it. I don't know where it went, but I appreciate you, Sister Chandel. I want you to elaborate. Shalom, Sister Chandel. I want you to come back. She said, we have to try to control our anger towards our men. Let's stop there. The anger, because sisters do be angry. Yeah, so we can't brush that under the rug. And a lot of sisters, not only are they angry, they're not listening to brothers that much, as much as I think that Israelite men would like them to. Now, on the whole, they may go, well, sisters are coming around now, and sisters are doing this now, and da da da. But we're talking on the whole. A lot of sisters are angry, I think, because of a lot of the disappointment that they have experienced. This is why how sisters have become angry with men is because the men are not really stepping up and doing the things that they're supposed to do. So I think a lot of sisters are frustrated. What do y'all think about that? Like, that's my take. After so much of, being let down, excuses, this and that, you do become frustrated. Now, if you're in a position now where you're a Hebrew Israelite woman and you're in a relationship, and now you're expecting your man to really step up and, do the things he needs to do, but because he hasn't been doing it, it takes time. He has to relearn how to, do the things, because the idea of what men thought being a man was about in Babylon is not it. So now you find yourself having to wait on your man to figure it out. You don't want to kind of nudge him. You won't want to give suggestions, because these brothers really don't want to hear from sisters. They feel like you're trying to control them. They feel if you see your man bustling around doing something, right, and you don't want to say nothing, you're just gonna sit back and play coy and be like, okay, baby, I'll see. I know you can do it. And he's like, hustling and bustling around doing something. And you could just say to him, listen, brother, honey, do it this way, that. But you don't want to interfere in that. You don't want him, you want him to figure it out as a man, and you not interfere. So now it's taking a little long, Now you have to be patient, right? And understand that, okay, let me shut up. Don't say nothing, he'll get it. I don't mean to laugh, but this is the kind of stuff that, and this is just a small example, but this is the kind of stuff that sisters got to deal with, because you got to sit there and watch him doing this, and you can kind of tell him what to do. You can tell him the easy way, but you don't want to, So what did you do, sisters? How do you handle that? Some of them misconstrue the scriptures to justify threatening the daughters of Zion badly, but many also do not. Come on, Sister Shauna. Come on, girl. Come on. Finish it up. Also do not. She said some of them misconstrue the scriptures to justify threatening the daughters of Zion badly. Okay, that's a good. I believe that as well. I agree with you, but many also do not. So, okay, guys, what y'all think? Give me some answers on that. Like, how do you, suggest to your mate, your husband, your boyfriend, when you know that you can help them, but you know that if you say something, they're going to either get mad or take it the wrong way. Or maybe you have a husband or a mate that listens to you and oh, I see what you're saying. Treating, not threatening, treating the daughters badly. Bring to the table. Yeah. So is that the experience? This is for sisters who are married and in relationships. a definite relationship. How do you handle it? Are you quiet and you don't say anything and you just let him, figure it out? What has been some of the issues that you dealt with and how do you deal with it? Teach us. I'm gonna put that up, sis. Leah. How do you deal with it? You have a brother who's an Israelite. He's in this truth. Y'all been together 8 years. How do you deal with it? Do you just let him handle everything, and if he makes a mistake, he just has to deal with it? Or do you type that try to like help him, and when kind of go through stuff when you know going through that process? Because y'all been together 8 years, you must doing something right. Praise the higher. And anyone else like Sister Michelle or Shoshana, if y'all want to intercede, let me know. She said, my father always told me never deal with a man who doesn't value you. Ooh, deep. Exactly. So any input that you give, it shouldn't be taken, you know, like hostile or right? Is that what you're saying? Like, so he'll value the things that you say and when you bring something to the table. Right? Praise the higher. So that's deep because how do you know? Like a lot of sisters, yeah, she said, I pray. Praying is very important, sisters. That's the issue. You have to be praying over your relationship, praying over your man, praying over your household, praying over your children, you're praying over every situation, even business, and you know, have a very, you know, put prayer, put a higher in everything, and fasting, because dealing with our brothers is not an easy task. But Sister Chandel didn't come back. I wanted to hear more from her because, sister, that's a good point. You have a different perspective, and we should hear that perspective. Can't see any comments on my end. Oh, hi, Babakaya, and we should. Oh, you can't see it. I should put them up, right? Let me put more up. There's a lot that the sister's been saying. I'm sorry, I haven't been really good with. She said you don't marry that type. Exactly. But sometimes, how do you know until after the fact? How do you know? You know. But yeah, I agree. Like I feel like a lot of sisters be jumping into stuff, and you be having all kind of red flags, and but you still, just because you want to be with somebody or you want to be married or whatever, you'll start to overlook these kind of red flags. But true, if somebody is just not valuing you and you can't say nothing, and that ain't even a good situation to be in, you know. So why even go further? If you know that he's not going to respect anything you say, But what I find is that people, they like to play. They can play for a long time. They can fake the funk for a while, you know. But you still get red flags. You still know, you know. Wait, hold on. Let me put this up. So she said, a father always told me never to deal with a man who doesn't value you. That's huge. That's huge. If you get yourself into a situation where you're not being valued and respected, and what you're saying is not, important, all that stuff, those are big, big flags, sisters. And, don't try to push and go into something. Listen, it don't take much for me, you know? It don't take much. You can tell, you can see it with men. They don't hide too much, you know? So she said, I pray. And that's a big point. You must be praying. You must be fasting over your household, praying and asking the Most High. Babakaya, he said he can't see the comments, but we would like to get a man's point of view. If you hear, you can hear me. What do you think? I mean, I don't know if you're in a relationship, Babakaya, or not, but what are some of the things that you like to see or receive from sisters? How do you know, when you got someone that you're willing to deal with? We would like to hear from a man's perspective as well. Because there's a lot of brothers online talking about all this stuff with women. And I feel like they're just missing the point that, the reason why sisters are at this very low point with men, that they don't care anymore. They don't care anymore because a lot of sisters have been trying and working on relationships and this and that. And they don't care anymore. And the brothers don't seem to understand. They probably don't believe like why they don't care anymore. Because they've been going through so much, And y'all gonna, these men gonna have to figure out how to reel these women back in. They try to act like they don't care. They've been already went through the whole dealing with other races. Y'all did all that to the sisters, to the daughters of Zion. Y'all went to other women. Y'all done married. Y'all done had kids. And now the sisters are going outside their races too. So it's like, how much more can you do to them? She said, I want to go to AHAYAY and bring peace to my home. Praise AHAYAY. You have to do it. You have to bring peace to your home. Praise AHAYAY. I always go to AHAYAY to bring peace. Praise AHAYAY. It's not an easy job, and I give much respect to any woman that's holding down a household, holding down her husband and children and stuff like that. It's not easy. Much respect to sisters who have husbands and, holding down their man, because it's not an easy task, Praise AHAYAY, for the daughters of Zion in marriages and stuff. Hold on. Date for a while, after a year, you'll know. Praise AHAYAY. Praise AHAYAY. I wish Bakaya was on, because I want to ask them, how did you know, Bakaya, or you can ask him for me, sis, that you were the one. But I remember talking to him during this time, and I remember what he was telling. He was telling, saying certain things, So I was talking to him while he was, he was eyeing you. I remember. It was amazing. Hold on. So but I want to ask him, how now, 8 years in hindsight, how did he know that you were the one? Because he knew, sis Leah. He knew you were the one. But, he can give from his perspective, daughters of Zion, we need to hear that. Because it's a man who chooses a wife. And I think the Most High will let a man know, He said, I might be a glitch in my system. Oh, what you mean by that, Babakaya? I might be a glitch in my system. What that mean? Date for a while, after a year, She said, date for a while, after a year, you'll know to run for your life. Sister Shauna, you funny. But hey, you see the flags. She said, believe me, no marriage is perfect. You have to learn to work on yourself. Praise AHAYAY. That's the truth. And especially now with this truth, the daughters of Zion, we really have to dig deep, in order to maintain these relationships. Because looking at the worldly, like what I'm talking about with these brothers talking, about the daughters of Zion, it's very worldly what's going on. And so you got to kind of dig deep and work hard to, keep your household together, be praying over your household. Because the Most High, He do hear our prayers, Let's see. He said, Truth 100 Sister AHAYAY Remnant Ministries. Yes. Yeah, she giving it. She dropping the jewels, Sister Leah, because she been holding down a marriage for a while, for 8 years. That's amazing, you know. Praise the higher. Oh wait, okay. Sister Shoshana said, Chandel says, notice if he gets things done for you timely. Yeah, praise the higher. So give us some examples, Sister Chandel, because I want you to go further. I want you to elaborate on this, being angry with the men, and what's your take on it, and how do sisters get around that? And we know about praying and praying over situations and things like that. But what if it's a situation that I'm just talking on a surface level, just dealing with men in general, because I'm not in a relationship, I'm not married, so I deal with men, and I have issues with them because it's like I'm not, I don't feel it necessary for me to have to be tiptoeing around or being ultra feminine, because I'm not trying to get with you. I'm not trying to, strike nothing sexual in you so you to get what I want. I'm not doing none of that. So I wanted to, get a perspective from, anyone. How do you deal with men on a more platonic level, as a brother and sister, but you still need to, get information from them, get information to them, and for the most part, I must say, I deal with a lot of brothers, and it's not all bad, but I do know that there's issues with brothers receiving information from women. How do you do that? Is what I want to know, without it having to be anything sexual. You know, it shouldn't be that. Okay, let me see. He said Ahaya revealed it to him. Praise Ahaya. That's her husband, Bakaya, when they met, and that's what the Most High will do. So the man is the man who finds the wife, and it's usually the Most High will direct his path to his wife. You know, praise the higher, Bakaya. Bless you, brother, and thank you. You know, so it's not too much that, and I remember during that time with Leah, Aquaf Leah, she wasn't doing nothing, extra. She wasn't being extra. She wasn't trying to, we were just all like chatting and talking. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have to like pull out the, bag of tricks with the femininity and all that stuff. She just was really just, going on her way, and, you know, and he noticed her. And he, like he's saying, like the Most High put it on his heart and his spirit to show her to him. And here it is, 8 years later. Praise the higher. They've been strong all this time. Yeah. She said, I'm a plain Jane. Hold on, let me get to these comments. So let me just put that. Notice if he gets things done. Okay. And she said, and to him. So that's her answer. That's Baba Bakaya's answer when I was asking how did he know that his wife was the one. And they've been together 8 years after, the meeting on Skype. Excuse me. And praise Ahaya. The Most High brought them together. He said, Bakaya said, Ahaya will let you know. Praise Ahaya. Yes, he will. I believe that. And I believe that it's for men. The Most High deals with men. It's not for women. Like, we don't have to be ultra anything. You know what I'm saying? Your husband will find you, because that's what the Most High, that's who the Most High has for you. Praise Ahaya. And Baba Kaya says, she said, in my system is not showing anyone's comments like should. So you can't see our comments. So now you can see them because I'm putting them up on the screen now, right? Can you see them? Because I'm trying to go through each one, but I'm not keeping it up there that long. but I see them on the screen. Yes, sis. Okay, praise the higher. Okay, good. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it that way. I'm sorry, y'all. I've been not been so good with that lately. By putting them up on the screen. Okay. Let's see. He said, "Does he value your time and is he respectful to of your holy tabernacle?" Uh. Oh, you just saying in general. Um. Sister Chandel, you're saying in general with men, does he value your time and is he respectful of your holy tabernacle? So that's like for someone like if they're in a relationship, but uh, that's a good point. That these are the things that some of the signs you can see with men. If they're valuing your time and your temple. You know, do they care? And when a man really really cares, and when he's just there just for whatever, his pleasure or whatever. So that's something that sisters, you have to look for with men. And overall you'll know if they know how to treat you. you know she said, I pray for a higher, hold on, she says, I pray for a higher to let the Holy Spirit guide me before I speak. Praise a higher. That's a big, big, big example, sis. Learning how to hold our tongue. And that's something that we have to learn to do, sister. And I'm sure that's very important when you're in a relationship with a man. Because you can't really come out and say everything that you want to say or that you're thinking. Learning your hold of your tongue is very important. You know? You got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them. you know? And we all can learn from that lesson, learning how to hold your tongue. I know me too. I'm learning. I just recently was talking to someone about that, holding your tongue and learning how to, control, be temperate. She said, I'm a plain Jane. Yes. Whenever we was talking about, on Skype, she wasn't going jumping through hoops, trying to be extra sexy, trying to be, appealing. She wasn't doing that. She just was being herself. And the brother, you know, took notice. The Most High was showing him her, you know. So that's a blessing, you know. She said, bless you too, sis. Praise AHAYAY. Bless you too. She said, amen. Nothing special. Be honest. Natural hair, no makeup. And I'm 6 years older. Oh, yeah. Wow. Praise AHAYAY. But she's a very beautiful sister as well. So, you know. Bakaya knew. I'm sorry saying Babakaya because the brother Babakaya, who, he's in the chat a lot. I always call his name. So, but her husband name is Bakaya. Bakaya. Yeah, so he recognized. Praise the higher. And that's a blessing, sis. You know. And, to all our sisters. And that's what our sisters need because a lot of them are struggling, coming across some Israelite men. To me, these brothers be looking to get married. I mean, that, I don't think that's an issue, but then a lot of them are dealing with that whole multiple wives thing. So there's a lot that be going on. But I think, coming to this truth, you just got to be watchful and prayerful, with these men But a lot of them be looking to, get married and stuff. And there's a few people that even here in Jordan, there was a few marriages. I don't know if they lasted. I don't think so. There was 2 or 3, and maybe one lasted, and the other 2 didn't last. So you got to be kind of like careful, not to be jumping into stuff, because a lot of sisters really just want to be married, and they happy when someone, who's a Hebrew Israelite come on and start talking to them and interested. So naturally, because you want to, get into a situation and be married, it's appealing, but just be careful, and take your time. Like one of the sisters said, after a year or so, you know, give yourself a little time to be able to, check out the situation and how he's acting and how he's responding to you, and if your needs are getting met, you know, because definitely if AHAYAY is sending them, it's going to be good, it's going to be good. And even though it needs work, overall, the Most High will make sure, all these things will get ironed out. But I know it ain't easy, I said, when brothers came with demands on how you have to look and where you work, run the other way. Yeah, that's deep. Because, yeah, it's like a lot of these brothers are still dealing with the physical. That's all they deal with in Babylon. Everything is the physical. She needs to, look a certain way. Even her hair needs to be long. She needs to, light skin, certain body type. They still, and even though men are physical, but AHAYAY ain't dealing on that level. So it ain't gonna work, and it ain't gonna balance out if you still dealing with a brother who's worldly, and he's still dealing on a worldly level, but yet he's talking about the Most High and the Most High's attributes. It's not gonna mix, because the thing that's appealing to him in his eyes is not the spiritual that the Most High is dealing with. So that's how you be knowing, like, some of these brothers be off anyway. Stuff like that. But if you're a sister that's not really studying and not looking things from a spiritual standpoint, those things will go right past you. And they won't even be red flags to you that he's still operating in the worldly way. You won't even know to think of it like that. That's why it's important that, you get close to the Most High so that you can recognize. Because a lot of these brothers do still be dealing with, in a worldly way. They still looking at chime in. Oh, chime in. Okay, I will, sis. Hold on. She said, wait, brothers come with demands. Yeah, so that's what sister is saying. She said when brothers come with demands of how you have to look and where you work, run the other way. Because then that means that they still operate on a certain level. Sister Chandel says trust and communication is important. It is the woman's decision to determine if she is getting due respect. Praise the chime in. Okay, one more. Can you believe I chatted with 2 Israelite men? One, the second day of the chat, they're asking for money. Imagine that. Yes, it is funny. Hold on, sis. Okay, I'm gonna put these things up. Okay, I'm gonna chime you in. So, sister, you gotta come in. You gotta come into the thing, and I'll pull you up. Sister Chandel. You just chime me in. Yeah, I'll see you when you come into the backstage. Yeah, but yeah, it's deep, guys. So, it's not all bad, like with our brothers, but I've just seen a lot. So I'm a little pessimistic when it comes to these relationships, Now, praise AHAYAY, I got a good story with Sister Leah and Bakaya. They, they met, they still together 8 years strong. Praise AHAYAY. So that's a good story. And I'm happy to be able to see, say that I've watched it, and praise the higher for them, and you know. But on the other end, I've seen a lot of sisters get involved, and it just, you know, it didn't work out, and they were destroyed. They were kind of worse off than they were, feeling mad and disgruntled or whatever. But and because for one reason, our sisters, we don't like to take the blame for our poor choices. When we make wrong and poor choices, accepting that responsibility. You can't blame people for, you know, making a poor choice. It's not nobody else's fault. You decided, you know, and so you got to go into it for the right reasons. And just like the sister Leah is saying, a lot of prayer. Before you make decisions, you should be praying and talking to the Most High, going before the Most High, so that it's not you, all about flesh or whatever you want. Just want to be married. Excuse me, and just want a husband. You should be making these, decisions for the right reasons, and that's kind of hard when your flesh is talking to you, when your flesh is calling you. It's hard to make, wise decisions when you operating in the flesh. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to be, you know. But if you go to the Most High and you start asking and talking and praying, and then wait for on the answers. Because listen, I've heard all kind of excuses, y'all. I done been around when sisters met Israelite men, and or when brothers is trying to talk to sisters, and whew, these sisters start going through a whole metamorphosis of why the Most High told them, you know, and and it don't even last a year. So that it wasn't the Most High. It's just that they wanted what they wanted when they wanted it, and they was just happy to to be getting intention from this man instead of really consulting the Most High, going into prayer and fasting to get answers. Can you? Oh yeah, she said. She chatted with 2 Israelite men, one the second day of the chat, really, and they were asking for money. And wow, she said if you check it out, most male leaders don't let uh their followers know and study Jeremiah 9. They do skim through it quickly because they're afraid of it. It's for the most daughters to do, the Most High's daughters to do. Okay, well, I'm gonna read it. I know you brought that scripture up before, and I didn't go into it. I'm gonna go into it. I'll read it right now because I'm waiting for Aquaf Chandel if you're gonna come up. But let me get out the hold on, let me find it. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen and we're gonna go to Jeremiah 9. Praise the higher. Let me see if I can find it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to be going into some scripture. Let me see if I pull it. It looks dark. Let's see. Hold on. No, it didn't go to. Okay, I have to go back out. It was dark. Let's see if I can pull it up. Yeah, so I want to. Let me see what he's talking about. Okay, there you go. Okay. Let me know that you can see this. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Y'all can see this. So let me go to Jeremiah 9. Hold on. Now, where do I start? At the beginning, sis? Let me know. Jeremiah 9 and 1, or is there a specific place? Hold on. Can you hear it? Let me take this down. Hold on. It's not that big. If I make my screen really big. Okay. So let me know. Should I start at Jeremiah 9 and 1, or is there specific scriptures? Ooh. Uh-oh. I see something in there. Says, what are you going with this? Wait, hold on. Tell me. Listen, you chat. Oh, she said they're afraid of it. It's for the most high daughters to do. Okay, so we're gonna read. I'm gonna read it down. I see some stuff in there already. I'm like, ooh, okay. Okay, Jeremiah 9 and 1. Oh, that my head were waters, and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughters of my people. Wow, that's deep. With all these sisters dying right now, getting killed. Okay, 2. Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them, for they be all adulterers, an assembly of treacherous men. Wow. 3. And they bend their tongues like their bow for lies, but they are not violent for the truth upon the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil. Wow. And they know not me, saith AHAYAY. Wow. Take ye heed every one of his neighbor, and trust ye not in any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanders. 5. And they will deceive every one his neighbor, and will not speak the truth. Hello. They have taught their tongues to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity. Oof. Thine habitation is in the midst of deceit. Through deceit they refuse to know me, saith AHAYAY. Therefore saith AHAYAY of hosts, behold, I will melt them and try them, for how shall I do for the daughters of my people? Ooh, yes. Their tongue is as an arrow shot out. It speaketh deceit. One speaketh peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in heart he layeth his weight. Wow. Shall I not visit them for these things, saith AHAYAY? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? For the mountains will I take up a weeping and wailing, and for the habitations of the wilderness a lamentation. Because they are burned up, so that none can pass through them. Neither can men wear the voice of the cattle. Both the fowl of the heavens and the beasts are fled. They are gone. And I will make Jerusalem heaps and a den of dragons, and I will make the cities of Judah desolate without an habitation. Who is the wise man that make understanding of this? Who is he to whom the mouth of the AHAYAY hath spoken, that he may declare it? For what the land perisheth and is burned up like a wilderness, wow, that none passes through. And AHAYAY saith, because they have forsaken my law, which I set before them, I have not obeyed my voice, and neither walketh therein, but have walked after the imagination of their own heart, and after Balaam, which their fathers taught them. Okay. Therefore saith AHAYAY of hosts, power of Israel, behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood, and give them water of gall to drink. and I will scatter them also among the heathen, whom neither they nor their fathers have known, and I will send a sword after them till I have consumed them. Thus saith AHAYAY of hosts, consider ye, and call for the mourning women, that they may come, and send for cunning women, that they may come. All right, daughters of Zion. Okay. And let them make haste and take up a wailing for us, that our eyes may run down with tears and our eyelids gush out with waters. For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded because we have forsaken the land, because our dwellings have cast us out. Yet, hear the words of AHAYAY, O ye women, and let your ear receive the word of his mouth, and teach your daughters wailing, and every one of her neighbor lamentations. Hold on. For death is come up into your windows, and is entered into your palaces to cut off the children from without, and the young men from the streets. Speak, thus saith AHAYAY, even the carcasses of men shall fall as dung upon the open field, and as the handful after the harvestmen, and none shall gather them. Thus saith AHAYAY, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory is glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am AHAYAY, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I will delight, saith AHAYAY. All right now. Behold, the days come, saith AHAYAY, that I will punish all them which are circumcised with the uncircumcised. Ooh. Egypt and Judah and Edom and the children of Ammon and Moab and all that are in the utmost corners that dwell in the wilderness. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and all the house of Israel are uncircumcised in the heart. Woo! That is some word. Thank you, sister, for that. Praise AHAYAY Bahashim Yashaya. Now, what y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Come on now. Let's hear it. Praise the high. Thank you for that, sis. From the beginning to the end. Yes. Whoa. All right now. So that's why I be telling y'all, like, the Most High, he's a just power. He ain't letting nothing slip by. Not one tittle of anything ain't gonna come past him. So people, think they be getting away with stuff. They think they getting away with stuff. Ain't nobody gonna get away with nothing. That's why you gotta be righteous in your way. You gotta be doing things for the right reasons. Because AHAYAY ain't letting nothing slide. Wickedness ain't coming into the that kingdom. It ain't coming through. So that's why even back then, in days with Moses, so many of those men fell in the wilderness, men and women. And it again, is going to happen again. And the same reason why, what we just read is why. Because there's so much folly and foolishness going among our people, the men first. So that's what I see now, other people try to paint another picture. That's not the picture I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is what I just read. This is what I see going on with the men. And they're going to have to get themselves together. And it's just that simple. It's not picking on the men or being mad at the men or this and that. If you're honest, if you really love them, if you love the children of Israel, if you love the men, you got to be honest with them. so that they can be the kings that they know they can be. AHAYAY is calling them to be kings. So they got to get themselves together. We got to be honest with them. Help the men. Help them. You know, and a lot of people, like, I'm not saying the daughters of Zion is right or they so, perfect or anything like that. I'm not saying that, excuse me. Yeah, my nose is all stopped up because I guess the sinuses, you know, the pollen in the air, so that's what I'm dealing with. But yeah. So it's not that we, anybody's against the men. We love the men. We want them to be better. We want them to be the princes and the kings that they are to be, and they have to get themselves together. And that's just the bottom line. I mean, that's just the truth of the matter. We got to be honest with our brothers. And I talk to a lot of brothers, and a lot of these brothers they're some nice men. But just being nice ain't cutting it. You got to be righteous, and you got to be doing things right. And the same thing with the daughters of Zion. We got to do this. We got to be right too. We got to be right too. We got to make right decisions. We can't be, all caught up in the flesh, and and all that stuff. That stuff ain't gonna work. You know, and brothers, telling sisters like that's the way to get a man is to be ultra feminine, and that's what it takes. If a high end ain't in it, you're gonna see how long that lasts. You could be as feminine as you want to be. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be all that anyway. It's fake. I've seen it. I've seen, you know, people come together for the wrong reasons and how it don't last. So yeah, be careful out there. But we need these kind of conversations, guys. And it don't have to be. I don't want to be the main, especially when it comes to relationships. I'm open to hear and learn. You know, from our married sisters when it comes to relationships. They're the one best to give an example of how to deal with these men. You know, if you've been holding down a relationship, what you mean by Mary Poppins? And was she? I forgot the story, but I know it, and I saw the movie. But what was she about? She was ultra feminine, you know. But we can hear and take heed and advice from our married sisters who've been holding down relationships, who are, having dealing with their man and their household, and what are some of the obstacles and things that you had to overcome. We know that it's not easy, and we know that it's hard. But you know, any advice, Sister Leah, that you can give, or, Sister Chandel, chime me. I don't know what happened, Sister Chandel. Where you at? So, that'll be great, that y'all giving information. I have my perspective, and it may not be the best, because for what I see with our brothers, oof, but I'm not dealing with them from the point of view of a relationship. you know. So, it may be a whole different ball game. When men, when they want to do something, they know what to do. They know how to do it. I'm talking about just dealing with men, period. You know, um, talking to the men of the Most High and how you have to deal with them. And I definitely don't feel like I'm gonna be jumping through no hoops, or trying to be ultra feminine, trying to get people to do stuff. I don't think that's necessary, and I don't think it's the righteous thing to do. You know, I don't think that's I should have to conduct myself that way. in order to get somebody to do something for me. Especially if he's a righteous man and he sees the need for something to get done, you shouldn't even be having to ask. That's how I see it. If a man sees that there's a need and he's able to help and provide, that's what he should do. Just on being a man. But I do notice that, these brothers are always dealing from that aspect. If there's a sister in need, let's say she has children. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Excuse me. And she has children. A brother, unless she's trying to get with him, you know what I'm saying, then he will feel the need to help, but da da da. It always has to be some ulterior motive instead of it just being he's a brother, he's a man, and she's a sister and she needs help. You know what I'm saying? Well, we're not seeing that kind of stuff. And I know that men, I don't know. I just think that a man should help a woman if that's a brother and there's a sister. It shouldn't be the motivation is that he's trying to get with her is why he's helping her. And that's the same thing with sisters. I find like I talk to sisters and I say, we know we got to help the men. We got to help the brothers. Soon as I start saying stuff like that, daughters of Zion, they start thinking she's trying to get with him, she's trying to get a husband. Instead of it just being helping our brother get to this point or to this level or whatever. So it's not just the men who thinks like that, it's the women too. But we have to do things purely and we have to do things righteously for righteous reasons. It can't be to get something that we want or some kind of gain. It should be just to give help and to another person. So, that's just food for thought. And that's just coming from my perspective because it's just that I deal with men and I don't deal with them, from the perspective of me, trying to get with them, just trying to help brothers, get to one point to the next. And when I try to include other sisters, usually this has been the case. She starts doing things, to entice him, for a relationship. That's, and it has been both ways. So that's my perspective. But I don't know how to have any other perspective because this is what I'm dealing with. Now, for those of you who talk from a relationship point of view, when a man is pursuing you, how should the daughters of Zion act? What are some of the things, maybe they can make a list and they check out, certain things like we're talking about fasting and praying and first going to the Most High. But sisters, listen, sometimes you may not hear from the Most High right away. The Most High may be testing you to see how you're going to do. And I've seen firsthand how sisters rationalize, they'll turn the whole thing around and it'll become the Most High said this or said that. I've seen it. I've witnessed it with my own ears and eyes. I've talked about it with it, and I saw how the situation changes when people want to do something. It'll become whatever it is that they want to do. They'll put the Most High in it, and the Most High may not have given them an answer yet. But they'll take it on themselves to jump into this situation. So we got to be real careful, with stuff like that. Be very, very careful. Guard your ears, guard your eyes, guard your heart, your temple. Don't be so willing to just give yourself away. you know. And so these are the kind of things. But that was some excellent scriptures, Sister Michelle White. We appreciate those scriptures. That's awesome. And I'm sure that we could, that could be like one of our first, you know, study group, and just breaking down those scriptures and going into the precepts. because that scripture is talking about when we went into the wilderness the first time, because then it talks about how the Most High was going to punish, you know, us. So we know that it was something the first time, but we also know that it's going to happen again. This same thing, and you could tell by the story, it's talking about what's going on now. How our men are. What I'm saying to you is like not one, you know. There's a lot of brothers in this truth that been in this truth for as long as I've been in this truth. 15 years now. Saw the whole process of me going through this battle with Elder Ricard and how this whole thing panned out. And now one of them, no, and I can't say I'm being a little sarcastic because brothers have come to me and we've talked and they've told me what they thought and how they felt and praise AHAYAY. So they do know. But in regards of standing up, now I understand because we are in Babylon, they are in Babylon. So maybe, that's a issue, and I understand that. But there have been some who've come out and they are here. They're still in Jordan today and they won't stand up. So that's the perspective that I'm coming from. They're watching me go through this situation and they won't say nothing. They won't stand up and say anything. Knowing that, what I'm being accused of, what people are saying, it's not right. But they won't say nothing. So I'm coming from that perspective. And reading that scriptures, it's like, wow, you know, it rings true, you know. It rings true, especially now. I've read those scriptures before, but it was some time ago, years ago. But now, bringing it back, it's like, it's playing out right before our eyes because the wickedness on a lot of these men it has to change because the Most High is saying He's going to deal with that. He's not letting it slide, and nobody's going to get a pass. You understand? And that's all I'm saying. When I be talking about the men, this is what the perspective I'm coming from. Like, ain't nobody gonna get away with nothing. Nobody's gonna get a pass. And even if we decide to, turn a blind eye, sisters, not really want to say anything, not really want to talk against the brothers because you feel like, you know, like Sister Chandel said, like it's anger. You can't say anything because it comes off as like you're mad, you're angry, you're bitter, you're disappointed about something. Instead of you just giving the truth about the situation. It is what it is. And even the scriptures is talking about it. Hold on. King Day X King David, you mean, asked Bathsheba, do I have a place in your heart? Okay. So go ahead. What you mean? Well, we know I'll be thinking stuff. I was like, well, with that whole situation, that was an entanglement. An entanglement. So so what's your point, sis? I thought you was coming on. Sister Chandel, I thought you was coming up. What happened? Oh, my throat is starting to itch. My gosh. It's it's itching on the inside. So I thought you were coming on. Yeah, so King David and Bathsheba, do I have a place in your heart? So what does that mean? What do you mean? What you mean by that? Do I come? But what do you mean by that? Why did you bring that, out? So you saying that it needs to be some appeal when you're dealing with this brother. That's the only way you can deal with them. Is that what you're saying? That's what I'm taking from it. You saying you bringing up King David and Bathsheba. Do I have a place in your heart? So is that your answer to how do we deal with the men? You got to deal with them on that from that perspective? If any of y'all want to come on, y'all feel free to come on. You know, because I don't like to be like controlling the whole conversation. And I really want to understand, your perspective. Okay. But this was really good, guys, sisters. I thank y'all for coming in on this and giving your perspective and your thoughts on it. And this is the kind of stuff we need to talk about because at one point when I first started this, I wanted the brothers to come on and kind of do a kind of like not matchmaking thing, but seeing, but because the situation is so far left with these men, I kind of moved away from that. But I noticed that this is stuff that our sisters want to address. We want to talk about, and we can go into studies on this kind of stuff, like how. But those scriptures, that Jeremiah 9 scriptures, is dead on with the state of our men. This is what I see anyway, and the scriptures is just confirming. And so we should have to get it, from the scriptures. Hold on, because I want to read that first part again, just so we can be clear, guys. Oh, what was that? What is that? I don't know. Where is that? I don't know. That came from. Oh, I see. Okay, let me go back into that because that was really deep, y'all. And I just want to read that first part so that we can reiterate. Because it's hard to get around that kind of stuff. And it's not just that I just to kind of be so hard on the men. It's just that this is what it is. So it's Jeremiah 9. And we're going to go into those. So I'm going to stop and see what some of the precepts are. Okay, we're going to start again. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but read some of it. Oh, that my head with waters and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I might weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. So it's clearly talking about the women, right? Oh, that I had in the wilderness a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them, for they be all adulterers and assembly of treacherous men. So this is what the Most High was talking about in the wilderness the first time. This is what he was seeing on the men. They were horrible. And he said treacherous men. And he was crying and wanted to weep for the slain of his daughters. So obviously something was going on in the wilderness, right? Let me see what the precept is for that first one. Hold on. For the slain. Okay. Jeremiah, let me see. Jeremiah 4:19. My bowels, I am pained at my heart. My heart maketh a noise in me. I cannot hold my peace because thou hast heard, O my soul, a sound of the trumpet, alarm of war. Wow. Let's see another one. But ye will not hear it. My soul shall weep in secret places for your pride, and my eyes shall weep sore and run down with tears because AHAYAY's flock is carried away captive. Okay, so that's going somewhere else. Let me go one more. Therefore thou shalt say these words unto them, let my eyes run down with tears night and day, and let them not cease, for the virgin daughter of my people is broken with a great breach, with a very grievous blow. Wow. Yeah. Well, I kind of feel that way. That's why I always be talking about what's going on with these women getting killed in Babylon. My goodness. So I don't know. Was that kind of going on in the wilderness as well? He's saying, might we day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. And then the next verse goes into the wilderness. Okay, let me go to 3. And they bend their tongues like their bow for lies. Hmm. But they are not violent for the truth upon the earth. For they proceed from evil to evil, and they know not me, saith AHAYAY. Mm. Talking about the treacherous men. This is what he's talking about. Take ye heed, every one of his neighbor, and trust ye not any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanders. Let me go into that. Let's see. 12. For even thy brethren and the house of thy fathers, even they have dealt treacherously with ye. Yea, they have called a multitude after thee. Believe them not, though they speak fair words unto thee. Wow. He said, for even thy brethren and the house of thy fathers have dealt treacherously. So this, again, is talking about the men, the state of where these men are. Psalms 12, 2 and 3. They speak vanity, everyone with his neighbor, with flattering lips and with a double heart do they speak. And AHAYAY shall cut off all flattering lips and the tongue that speaketh proud things. Praise AHAYAY. And that's what I'm talking about with, not being honest and truthful with these men and telling them the truth so that they could get themselves in order. Instead of just trying to be at peace with them, you don't really want to tell them, you know, what you really see on them and how they need to get themselves together. And they don't want to hear that. I've talked to many of them. They get mad. They don't want to hear it. But the truth is the truth, and you have to at least be honest. Let's read one more. Wickedness is in the midst of thee, deceit and guile. Depart not from her streets, for it is not an enemy that reproached me, then I could have borne it. Neither was it he that hateth me that did magnify himself against me. Then I would have hid myself from him. Whoa, well, let me go further into that one. Because it said it wasn't an enemy. Yeah. Hold on. But it was thou, a man, my equal, my guide, my acquaintance. Yes, so that's going into, you can't be trusting everybody. And that's what I was telling our people as y'all coming out of Babylon. Just because these people were talking about they Israelites and this and that, don't, you better pay attention to these people because this is what I've been dealing with. They've been sending these people out, the government, powers that be. They are sending people out to cause problems amongst us, to do you dirty, to make you want to go back to Babylon, make you not trust anybody, and it's hard because when we coming out, we looking to try to come together, but that's obviously not what AHAYAY has in mind. Take heed, brothers and sisters. That's what 9 and 4 is saying. Take ye heed every one of his neighbor, and trust ye not any brother, for every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slander. So again, pay attention. That's real. Okay, this is the last one, but you get the gist. I just wanted to reiterate this. And they will deceive everyone his neighbor. So there's a lot of deceit, there's a lot of deception, there's a lot going on, and will not speak the truth. People are not being honest. They're not coming up, they're not stepping up, they're not willing to stand up. All of this is going on right now, y'all. This is why I'm going through what I'm going through. And listen, I'm not complaining about it because so much is given, much is required. So I can, I've been taking it all this time. And I'm calling it out when it's happening to me, letting y'all know what's being said, what's coming. You see, I got people in the chat want to bring out certain things. Oh, 90% of these Israelites, don't want to deal with you. These are people that's sent out. A lot of these people be trolls, saying little slick stuff, trying to, put stuff out there. This is what I've been dealing with for all these years. And I am not phased. Praise AHAYAY. He gave me a thick skin not to be able to deal with these people. He made my forehead hard It's like in Ezekiel, you know? And they shall deceive everyone his neighbor and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongues to speak lies. This is the people, our people. This scriptures, Jeremiah 9, is not talking about Esau. It ain't talking about Edom. It ain't talking about the other nations. It ain't talking about the Gentiles or the heathen. It's talking about our people. And this is the state that our people are in. Fake, they're phony, they ain't telling the truth, they ain't willing to stand up. They all talking about praise AHAYAY or whatever God they calling on, but the truth ain't in them. This is what this paragraph is saying. They have taught their tongues to speak lies. This is how they know how to do. It's a learned behavior of Babylon. And weary themselves to commit iniquity. Okay, I don't need to go any further. Y'all get the gist, but I really wanted to reiterate that because this is what I was talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you for those scriptures, sis. Praise AHAYAY, Sister Michelle. I appreciate that because you brought that right out. You said send the yellow login website. I don't know, sis. What you usually you just come in. I don't know. What I need to send you. Oh, let me send you the invite. Okay, I forgot. I'm sorry, sis. I forgot. I haven't had somebody on in so long. I forgot what to do. So here is the link. Sorry. Why ain't it coming up? This should do it. My throat is itching so bad. Oof. Y'all know this thing is in the way. This chat thing, where did this thing come from? It ain't going nowhere. I don't know. It's not letting me, it's blocking me. Let me see if I can do that. Okay, there you go. That's the link. Okay. So, praise AHAYAY though. This has been some good conversation. But this is what I'm talking about. So those scriptures were right on, sis. And you hardly hear any of these brethren going into that scripture. They're gonna sidestep around that stuff, you know? And try to act like, ain't nothing wrong with what they're doing. But I've been dealing with the wickedness on these brethren. I've been going through this situation, especially with Elder Ricard, for years. And it has not changed. And I don't expect it to, because it's infiltration and they don't want our people to know, to get to Jordan. And that's an issue. And it's always been an issue. And I've been trying to tell y'all that, but they're real good at playing this game. They've been doing this for years. With Martin Luther King, they had infiltration. With Malcolm X, they had infiltration. They've been real good at this whole situation with infiltrating, taking down our people, bringing, sending out infiltrators amongst you. They was doing it with the Black Panther Party. You see it's different. Any kind of organization, they send in infiltrators, Black people who were, recruited by the Alphabet Boys and sent in to, cause havoc in different situations. This is what they do. So trust and believe is still going on, and we have to warn our people and let them know, because our people are really gullible right now. People are just waking up out of their sleep. The last thing you want to think about is this infiltration. That is the last thing. And that's why I say about most people want us to be singing Kumbaya together. But I'm telling y'all now, even when you come out of Babylon, Be mindful of what I'm telling you. Take heed. There's infiltration. And Yashaya is the only one who's going to be able to weed through the wheat and the tare. There'll be people among us in the wilderness, just like they are now, coming out, trying to act like, oh, I'm here to help. Oh, I'm here to do this, sister. Oh, the Most High told me to do this. This is how they be coming at me, trying to act like they're here to help, knowing that they trying to trip you up the whole way. I mean, so much stuff I've seen. So much to the point where I stopped letting people come to my house. They cannot. I can't. I don't invite people to my house anymore. I had to stop that years ago because the last situation was a really bad situation, and I had to like understand, like, okay, I can't do this no more. I tried then after that, but I still wanted to be around Israel, so I would go around them. That nothing was working. Nothing worked. So that's why it is what it is. And I'm still doing it. And nobody has no conviction to, see past anything and want to help anybody. There's none of that. So that's why Sister Connie is here doing it herself. So, you know, I want y'all to send emails and let me know that, you want to be a part of this group, Bible scriptures, and us coming together and it being a support group. I need that kind of interaction so I'll know, to put it into gear, because I get a lot of people saying, yeah, but then it fizzles out to nothing, And I understand that people get busy, but I mean, come on. It can't be everybody, you know? Hold on. And if the Most High sent you to do something, it shouldn't be, nothing should get in the way of that. Okay. So, I don't know. I don't, like I told y'all before that last week, it's hard for me to accept too many excuses, because I know when we want to do something, we do it. And when we don't want to do stuff, it don't be getting done. So that's what I'll be saying. Stuff ain't getting done because people don't want to do it. But listen, there's always some hope. I'm still open. I'm always willing to try. For my people's sake, I'm always willing to try. You know, I tries, guys. And it don't take much, just for me. Like even today, when I came on, I had just walked in the house. I was, doing my thing today. I had a lot of stuff to do. And I made sure that I got here at least in time. I was a little late. But I made sure I came on, just got to be consistent. If you say you're going to do something, do it. So also I have to finish my my praise and worship. I kind of didn't do it last week and I haven't even looked at it, but in these next couple of days I will figure out, how I'm going to keep that going. But that's something that I want to do. I want to praise and worship the Most High, and we need to have that. We need to be uplifting the name of AHAYAY. Praise AHAYAY. Okay, here comes Sister Chantel. Praise AHAYAY, sis. Hold on, here she go. Okay. Shalom, sister, my beautiful sister.
Shalom. Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I just had my daughter graduate from Purdue, and
Praise
I think
her daughter just
she got her master's.
Praise
Yeah, she got her master's, and I'm real proud of her.
And we're proud of her too.
Yeah, but I heard you had a really interesting conversation going about the fact that the infiltration is going to continue. If you don't have a understand what to be Christ means, and if you don't have Christ in your life, then you're not going to miss out on some things.
Yeah.
Okay, and but we were talking about how you can find out if your significant other cares about you.
Yeah.
Okay, and if how do you know? And I can add a little bit to that. I first want each person who's trying to learn to understand that you have to respect your own holy tabernacle.
Yeah.
You have to respect your own holy tabernacle and make sure that the significant other person knows that you value yourself and that you want the type of respect that a respectable woman should get. Because if they're trying things with you and on you and pushing you into something before you're ready, then that's not a good sign that that's a husband. That's just somebody that's going through the bus stop, passing through. If they
Mm-hmm.
treat you like you are a bus stop, then that's not your significant other. That's not your mate, and it definitely isn't a marriage partner. God honors marriage. When King David went after Bathsheba, the first thing he wanted to know from her was, do I have a special place in your heart? So
Right.
does your man or does your significant other, does your husband value, does he have a special place in your heart? But also, do do does he have a special place in his heart for you? See,
Right.
it works both ways. It has to be mutual. It can't be one person caring about the other one and hoping that one day that they're going to recognize your value. But why recognize somebody's value by comparing them to so many people when the Lord tells us initially we're supposed to um, we're supposed to be equally yoked,
Mm-hmm.
and that we're supposed to be looking for someone who is looking for someone who cares about the kingdom and cares that kingdom things are honored. Because if you honor God, He will honor you. I'm a living witness that if you honor God, He will honor you. You won't have to suffer for anything. I mean, if you get a job and you work, or you create a business and you work the 14 or 16 hours for your business and you're praying every day, some man is going to look around and say, hey, this woman is taking care of herself. People think sexy is when you show all your goods. No, it's not. Sexy, men think sexy is when you can take care of yourself. When you have one job, two jobs, three jobs, or you have, what they call dividend income, that your money is working for you. Okay. There's many, many ways that you can have income coming in. Okay. You can crochet. Um, you can do a lot of things. You can do taxes. You can do a lot of things to create income, a lot of online income that you can get into, but that's another story for another day. The main thing I wanted to bring to the table today is that the Lord says, thou prepares the table before me in the presence of my enemies. See? So not only is that man going to identify you because you have something to bring to the table, you have to identify him. There's a story in the Bible where it talks about Ruth, where Ruth, her mother-in-law loved and trusted her. Sometimes women need a friend so that they can have another way of looking at things. It's good to have a friend, but don't tell all your business to your friends. um, yeah, so you have to have another way of looking at it. Ruth said to her mother-in-law, uh, I'm out here. My husband's dead, and I need a husband. And she says, well, go out there and lay at his feet and let him get a whiff of you, but don't lay down there long enough for him to spoil you. Okay? So that's some good advice for the women who want to choose their men, because women are choosing men, and it's biblically okay to choose a man, but it's not biblically okay to lay with him before you marry him. Okay? If you give all the chocolate cake away before the wedding, it's not going to be a whole lot of chocolate cake left. And that chocolate cake is already small enough. I mean, you ever been to a wedding and saw the big white cake and you saw the little small chocolate cake on the side of the table? Well, that's what they're trying to show you. They're trying to show you there's not a lot of good men out there. And so I want all my chocolate girlfriends. But getting back to the part where we're talking about the infiltration and Christ not being there, the infiltration is not going to stop when Christ comes. To be Christ, Christed, it means the anointing from your head to the end of your tailbone. I hate to use that word. I might I should use Botox or something, but that wouldn't be correct. We're talking about where the anointing exists. Okay, and you have something called your DNA cords wrapped around your anointing. People talk about your DNA, but they never talk about that anointing that's in the middle, that liquid that runs from the brain through to the end of the spinal cord. Okay, that means to be Christ. Okay, and few people know that. But for the ones who are listening to this today, they're going to get it for free. I had to read and dig and scratch for it, okay?
Come on, bring it out.
So, yes, when the Christ is respected in your holy tabernacle, He's going to give you wise decisions. The answers to some of the questions that you've been wanting for so long lies in your anointing. That's why the girls say you have to pray to get these answers. And then the Holy Spirit will reveal to you. Baba Kaya says the Holy Spirit will reveal to you if that person is for you or not. You can't go out and make something happen. You got to follow the leader. You see this right here? This lets you breathe every day. You got to trust the one that lets you breathe. There was a man called Isaiah up on the mountain. He had killed 50 of Jezebel's prophets. Okay? And he was up there on that mountain listening to the earthquake, listening to the wind. He thought it was in the wind. He thought it was in the earthquake. He had to find out that the Holy Spirit is in the still, quiet voice. Sometimes you got to get by yourself. God will put you by yourself so you can hear from Him.
Yes.
Okay? There's a lot of noise. There's your radio, your TV, your cell phone. There's people on the job. There's girlfriends that call. Don't talk to somebody. Just get by yourself for 24 hours, and I promise you, you will hear from the Holy Spirit. Because the devil and God, they don't exist in the same place. Okay? If you got the Holy Spirit in you, the devil can't take you. He said, I will not suffer not one of my sheep to be lost. See? And I'm not going to stand here, thousands and thousands of miles away and tell you something that is untrue. I want to bring the truth to the table. The truth is very important between a man and a woman. He said, thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Yes, it's lovely to have a husband, but Paul was by himself, remember? See? So you don't necessarily have to have a husband, but the Bible says that God honors marriage. But don't bring nobody in a relationship that's not equally yoked, because they're never going to respect you. Okay? I mean, if you're dragging it on and hoping that man is going to change, he's not going to change until he gets full understanding of who the Christ is. Okay? Until he understands his holy tabernacle. He can't help your holy tabernacle. See, one of the commandments says, it's two of them. He said, all these commandments hang on these two. The very first one says, it says basically take care of number one and then take care of number two. But if I break it down, take it back to the source. The source says that thou shalt have no other God before me, and to love your neighbor. Those are two commandments that all the other commandments hang on. So I'm trying to make it really simple for the ones who want this information. If I can help one person, if I can bring one person to Christ, okay? Because see, you got to get it in your mind first that you're somebody and God loves you. You're somebody and God loves you.
Praise the higher.
See, you are someone special and God loves you. See, money is just a tool to get you the things you need while you're on this earth. The house you live in is just a place for you to sleep until you go to sleep somewhere else. See, these things are nothing. You have to have strength to walk away from everything you got and seek after the one who's talking to you when ain't nobody else talking to you. But sometimes these men won't even call you. They use that to hurt us. Okay? Okay? They say silence is golden, but they never bother to tell you why. Silence is golden because what you don't talk about, you don't have to explain. Okay? And a lot of these men are walking around being all sneaky and trying to do everybody. You can't do everybody and do the kingdom. You got to either choose a kingdom woman or you can just stay on out there and burn.
Yeah,
Okay?
and that's what I
But
feel
what
like.
they say about marriage? Can you remember what they said about marriage? It said it's better to marry than to burn.
Yeah.
Okay, I yield back.
No, praise the higher. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in what you were saying. There's a lot of jewels.
A lot of
And
jewels. I try to drop them so that I don't interrupt what's coming from the anointing.
yeah, praise the
See,
higher.
it's coming from that holy place that few people know about. Okay, they want to keep us in darkness. We got to come into the light and understand that the Christ have to appear in your mind and in your heart first. I just said something about King David told Bathsheba that, do you have a special place in your heart for me?
Right.
And she says to him, I don't want to deny my king. Well, see, a lot of our women are feeling like they don't they shouldn't deny their king. Yes, you can deny your king. Okay, until that king knows about Christ, then you're not supposed to be bowing down to him in any form or fashion. Not laying in the bed with him, not being intimate with him. And let me not go too far. Okay, because some people are gonna think I'm not talking about the Bible, but I am. See, us women have got to be leaders on this journey. Okay, these daughters of Zion got to be leaders on this journey, especially us older women. They're going to wonder why we didn't tell the truth. Well, I just told the truth. Receive it if you can. If you can't receive it, then it's going to be a long journey, okay? Because we only have so long on this earth. And we have to recognize while we're here, we need to be doing, saying the truth, and doing the truth, okay?
Praise the higher.
Praise the higher, Bahashem Yashaya, Rawach,
And
Qadash.
it's a lot of our sisters that really need guidance because we've been taught.
Nobody won't tell these girls anything. They want them to bump their head, okay? But you don't have to bump your head. The older sisters like Sister Connor and Sister Shondell, and there's some other sisters. Today it's just us two. But I want you all to know that God, the one that let you breathe every day, He loves you. He wants you to know more about Him. He wants. You see, we got to love ourselves enough to move forward. And when you think you can't do any more, I want you to press. And that includes Sister Connor because she's been pressing for 11 or 12 years, speaking on the same truth. Because you can't get to the kingdom with nothing up here. You got to bring something to the table. And the Lord wants us to understand the truth. That's the least we can do, is to know the truth. Because once you know it, you can't walk in nothing but that. Because He said He's not going to let you go. Once He gets you into the truth, He's not going to turn you around. Like I stopped today. I was working. They got mad at me because I was trying to get online at work. But I sacrificed a day's pay so that I could come and say this. It's okay. Let me tell you, the person who you see this nose right here? He said the ringing in the Bible, it says the ringing of the nose bringeth forth blood. So I can follow this and I still survive. I still financially ahead of a lot of people because He leading and guiding me. He teaching me how to save my money for the journey because we don't know what it's going to cost to sustain us on the other side. Okay. And I got a daughter and I got grandchildren. I got 5 grandsons and I have 1 daughter. And I got a lot to praise God for. I have a lot to thank God for today. I'm still living. I could have been somewhere, in a frozen box on the back of an 18-wheeler in New York or any other of these places that were rolling people out by the thousands 3 years ago. But I don't know if people know it, but they've canceled that COVID thing. It's canceled now. Okay. So you can breathe a little bit better. And you don't have to wear your mask. You got to trust God more. I talked to over 500 people in fast food on one side, and on the other job, got another part-time job. I'm working 2 jobs right now because a
Right.
lot of the funds are going toward food and gas, and
Mm-hmm.
it's an unending cycle of inflation. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and so in
Mm-hmm.
order to save any money, you're going to have to maybe work 2 jobs to
Yeah,
save your money, especially if you plan on taking your family where you're going. And
that's right.
it's not going to be easy, but you
Yeah.
just keep texting them a little something like a boyfriend. You text him something in the morning, text him something in the evening, but don't be
Mm-hmm.
calling him so much. A lot of these women failing with these men because they call them too much. Let that
Mm-hmm.
man wonder where you are. That's
Mm-hmm.
another jewel for you. Now
Mm-hmm.
I have a boyfriend that I've been dating for 7 years now, and he
Oh
finally
wow.
joined the IUIC.
Uh-huh.
He has a cousin in IUIC,
Okay.
and so he is what we call equally yoked. But I'm waiting for him to understand that I'm a kingdom woman. See,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go too fast with that because I don't want to lose him. The elder said, uh, "Don't throw away Don't throw away your boyfriend or your husband because
Mm-hmm.
you're going to need these men in the end times. If it's nothing but to come change your light bulb, if it's nothing but somebody to come cut your grass, it's
Mm-hmm.
somebody to come and fix something that breaks down so you don't have to spend all your hard earned money. Because a lot of times when they find out what your zip code is, they overcharge you. And if you
Mm-hmm.
are of the nationality that I am, sometimes you get overcharged anyway. See?
Mm-hmm.
But getting back to that infiltration part where it says the infiltration will not stop until you understand the Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about a spirit that's inside of you that's leading and guiding you from the inside out. And he wants us to be blessed, to be mentally blessed as well as financially blessed. A lot of people think blessing is financial. No, money is just a tool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, money is just a tool to help you get um, to help you get what you need. Money is just a tool. Now I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little tired today because
Me
I
too.
worked last night and I worked this morning. I had a
No,
job
but I'm
interview
saying
this morning too.
so. There's a lot of things I want to ask you on what you're saying. I want
Okay.
to ask you because see the infiltration. Uh, it's it's a part of our test as well. Like this, I know what I'm
Yes.
going through. I'm being tested as well.
Yes.
Will I
Yes.
stand up and speak for the Most High and Christ, or will I, you know, flurry away and not say anything, not stand up for what's right, and because we're going into a righteous kingdom.
Well, the kingdom that we serve is a kingdom of intangibles, like your love, your charity, your kindness, your generosity, your anything that you can't touch. It belongs to us. You hear people saying you can't touch that, okay? Because they can't see it. My mother, before she left this world, she used to say, "Out of sight, out of mind." So a lot of things that people can't see, they're not communicating about that because they can't see it. So if you're trying to talk to a boyfriend or a husband about something they can't see, it's because they're not on that level just yet.
Mhm.
Until somebody is driving them slap crazy, they don't understand mental anguish. You know,
Well, we're talking about two different things because on one hand we're talking about relationships and things like that, but in this infiltration situation, it's not
well,
relationship.
I see on YouTube some of the people that are bringing up some very good information that we
Uh-huh.
should have had a long time ago. I don't necessarily trust them because I see them in the pictures with Edomites, and I see them Edomites coming online with them, and they're wasting time discussing things with people who are not going to change anytime soon. Do you think these people are going to give up their nice houses and their nice cars, and they got it off of the sweat of the backs of persons like internationals like me? See, so if you're getting
Well,
all your stuff off someone else, then you're not going to give it up so easily. So the people who are infiltrating, they're trying to hold on to their stuff.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, I'm a bit
And
confused.
they're using some internationals like myself to to um to try to convince the average typical person that this is not a real thing, but it is real because your feelings are real. When your feelings hurt, they hurt.
All right.
There's a lot of stuff you can't see that's real. Bacteria is real. You can't see that.
So you're saying about this infiltration that it's real,
Yes,
and that
it's
the
real.
people that they are they're dealing with, like they put in the Gentiles in the midst of stuff, and then you wondering that whether they're infiltrated or not. Is that what you're saying?
Well, see, the Bible said, "Don't throw your pearls before swine."
Mm-hmm.
So I see a lot of us trusting that group of people, the Edomites, when
Mm-hmm.
they should not be trusting them.
Right.
And especially if they're not Christ. If they don't know Christ, you're wasting your time trying to bring them over to your side or convince them of something. Why argue or debate with somebody who's from a different world? They don't want your world. They don't want your conversation. Unlike a boyfriend or a future husband, he wants to communicate with you. And
Okay.
communication is
So
going to be very important.
yeah, so I get that part. So like let's say we're talking about GLCC, and
Okay,
he's all about the Gentiles bringing them in and da da da.
right.
So you know,
Well,
and then
there are going to be some Gentiles that are going to be saved. Okay,
right.
there's some Gentiles that want no, they already know who you are, and they want to to they want to help you on your journey. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there are going to be some that are going to help us on our journey, and they are going to discreetly do these things. They're not going to be out front doing it, not just
Mm-hmm.
yet. But the Bible says that it actually it has already happened. I saw in Africa where the Pope went down there and kissed the feet of those African men, and it's already happening. We're right in the middle of it. But we can't speak it out of existence. But what we can speak into existence is the what the Most High can do from the inside out. We can speak that into existence because the body is going to follow the mouth. Whatever the mouth says, that's what the body is going to do.
Right.
Okay? Yeah.
So I want to
So,
actually I want to go somewhere else with this.
okay.
You said that and this person I put their comment on the screen because of that. You said your significant other, he's following IUIC.
Yes.
But and we know for those of us who are, in this truth, we know that IUIC don't believe in the water baptism. So how do how do you become equally yoked with someone who doesn't really believes on the things of Christ? And how do you go
Well,
around
see, a lot of these guys that are in, whether they're in a Methodist church or Baptist church, they all know what baptism is. Okay. First, you have
right?
to be baptized with water. Okay. And that's just a symbol of what's coming. Once you have been baptized with water, then the next baptism is going to be the baptism of the Holy Spirit.
But
And
okay,
then,
so let me just stop you right there. So you know that IUIC, they don't believe in the baptism of water. So how do you deal now? This is a very interesting situation. How do you deal with that? That the man that you dealing with, you study and learn under GLCC, and you believe in the
right,
water baptism,
right,
but your
right.
husband, the man that you're dealing with, he don't believe in the water baptism. So how do you deal with that?
Well, the particular one that I'm dealing with, his mother was Baptist. Okay. And my orientation is Methodist. So we do absolutely come from two different schools.
Okay.
But when I talk to him and I explain to him where we're differing, and he can see that I'm correct about what I'm speaking about, like the young lady said earlier in this podcast,
Hmm.
we have to have patience for the person we're trying to bring with us.
Okay.
You can't make somebody know what you know. You have to lead by example. Okay. And if you're telling that person that I'm trying to live right, I'm trying to follow my God given instincts, let me be me and you be you, and we can help each other, but let us not overpower what God has given that other person. In other words, don't try to change something. Try to come to a common agreement, because in the Christian church, they say you only have to have one person in the household to represent the kingdom, and the house can survive if you want that person in the house with you. But in this new kingdom, both parties are going to have to be in agreement, and they're going to have to work together under kingdom laws. There's not going to be any, how do you say it? There's not going to be any halfway anything. You're either all the way in or you're going to be all the way out. I'm sorry, but that's just how it's going to be. You know, if you go in somewhere and you find out the other person is hesitant, you're going to jump in the quicksand because they're hesitant and try to get them. They're going to pull you in and pull you down. You press forward. When you think, girls, gentlemen, when you think you can't do any more, press. Because I'm pressing. Sister Connor is pressing. Because there's something greater coming for us. But in order to receive it, you have to know and understand and believe in the Christ. You hear people saying, believe in yourself. There's a lot of truth to that. Okay? Yeah. It's going to start with you.
So do you believe in that situation? Do you believe you're equally yoked? Like how do you deal
not
with
yet. Not yet. That's why you don't see anything happening when it comes to I got my face a little bit too big. That's why you don't see anything happening right away between like a man and a woman, because they are not equally yoked. They haven't arrived at the same place yet.
Okay.
And the ones that are married, they have arrived at the same place, and they're starting to realize that God's way is the perfect way. You know, it says,
so you think eventually that he will come around to understanding Christ and the water baptism.
Well, I would like to see that happen, but in the meantime, I keep my options open for what God has for me and what God can see for me. You know, if I hear in my spirit that I'm supposed to meet this perfect man, and I believe that. Okay. But you're never going to meet a perfect man. There's no such thing as a perfect man. You just got to negotiate and come to an understanding. Most women, and when it comes to the woman-man question, I'll leave you with this. The woman is the one that knows whether she's being respected or not. Okay? There has to be a level of trust and respect between those two parties. And also, because see, marriage is a contract. It's a business. Okay? God is in the business of business. He's not in the business of religion.
Right.
We're in the business of nation building. Okay? We're not trying to go to church. We already did that too many times, and you see what it got us. It got us pretty much right back where we started. Okay?
Yeah.
So in my spirit, I would ask the Heavenly Father to speak through me and speak for himself through me, so that we can help some people who really want to be helped. I mean, if you're just listening because you like listening to Sister Connor, you like listening to Sister Chandel, that's fine. But try to hear the spirit behind what's being said. Because the Holy Spirit, He's gonna say what he needs to say. I'm just the tabernacle. He's bringing it through. And Sister Connor is the tabernacle that he's bringing this holiness through. Okay? He could have chose any of us. Each one of you are precious in God's sight. And he wants you all to know that he loves you. You're somebody special once again, and God loves you.
So these are some of the things that we need to discuss. But, you know, when it comes to this whole relationship thing, you know, they always say like you can't listen to your single friends
No,
when, when it
you,
when
you
it
you
comes to
have to you have
relationships.
to talk to someone who, like some of the older ladies who have husbands, and you learn little tips here and there. You don't
Yeah,
get it all in one place. Like I don't
yeah,
know everything. I can't stand here and say I know everything, but I know that when I walk into a room, I command the respect. If I put
hmm
on all black and I stand in the middle of the street, I can hold up my hand and the traffic will stop for me. So
hmm
I'm a traffic stopper, by the way.
hmm hmm
But the point is, you got to be able to stop these men from running all over you. If you're easy, they're going to treat you like you're easy. Okay?
hmm
And if you make it a little bit difficult for them, you'll get a little bit more respect. Okay? Now
Yeah,
that's a
yeah,
big tip right there.
yeah.
You know,
So that's just, and it
it
seems
start. It may
like
not. Go ahead.
no. I was just gonna say, when it comes to respect, it seems like especially dealing with our brethren
Yeah.
that you have to teach them how to respect you because they don't seem to have it like just naturally, and it's sad, but
Okay. Do you know
I
why?
I,
Do
I
you know
like
why?
to deal with
Do
what
you know why they don't necessarily have it naturally? Because
well I
they've
like to
been
say
taught.
it's
They've been taught a certain way. They've been
because of
taught
the
that we are
person.
promiscuous. They've been taught that we're promiscuous.
Yeah, no. And because of the curses, so I understand where it's coming from, but at what point, is it going to stop? It has to stop. Like too many
Okay,
of us are in this truth and we're supposed to be walking in truth and believing in
okay.
righteousness.
You basically answer your own question.
Yeah,
It's going to stop when they receive Christ. The
exactly.
infiltration will stop. The
So
bad
there's
fruit
no
will stop.
Christ.
Yes, that boyfriend, that husband has to know Christ in order to be a good husband anyway. Okay. He got to be on top of God's business. He got to be a businessman. He got to be
And
running his
but the
own
thing
business.
is that dealing with these brothers in this truth, majority of them, if you ask them, they are. They are dealing with Christ. Christ is their head, and they'll give you a whole spiel and give you scriptures, but that don't mean that it's true. And
Yeah,
this is
I
this
see
is
that.
what we're dealing with. Like this is what I like to deal with. Like to be honest
Hmm.
about these situations because people like to act like things is okay, this and that, and then that it ain't what it is. And we're gonna have to start being honest so
Right.
that we can break down these walls and these barriers so that we can have these relationships that we are supposed to have as the daughters of Zion, as righteous women. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So what I have done recently to make my situation better,
Mm-hmm.
I start talking to him more about things that were uh, bothering me in the relationship. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The things the things that bother me in our relationship
Mm-hmm.
are the things that need to be discussed. And without the open communication, the ability to be able to bring something to him that we need to work on, but don't bring too much. I think if we bring too many things to them to fix at one time, it just drives them crazy and it drives them away from us. But if you say, well, if you just call before you come over, don't assume that you can just interrupt everything I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Respect the fact that I got to get up and go to work in the morning. You know,
Mm-hmm.
don't mistreat my holy tabernacle because it's convenient. Because a lot of married women fall into that convenient category, and they come to work mad, and they want to fuss at everybody at work because somebody did them any kind of way last night. Okay,
Yeah.
so man have to respect your holy tabernacle. Okay.
Yes. That's important. Now listen, there's a sister on the line. The Most High Anointed. She's saying she's been married to her husband 42 years, and he's not in the truth. Uh, he's not in the truth. He's still, so and she's married 42 years with her husband. So, sister, the Most High Anointed, how long, how long have you been in the truth, and are you with GOCC? the sister Chandel, she's with GOCC, but her husband is IUIC. So that's why I was asking her about the unequally yoked. But you're in the same kind of situation because he's not awakened to the truth. And you've been with him 42 years. How long has it been that you've been in this truth? And are you with GOCC? That's to the Most High Anointed.
Okay, are you asking me how long have I been in the truth?
No, this sister here, she's saying I've been in the truth for 9 years. Praise the high. Okay. So yes, she's with GOCC. Okay, because I'm saying she's in a similar situation, but she's been with her husband for 42 years. She's 9 years in the truth, and he's still not in the truth. So she's dealing with pain, and she's unequally yoked with him because he's not, in the truth. So
okay,
I wish you could. Would you like to come on, sister, or no? But I would like you to give some more insight. Like, how do you deal with that situation? Being unequally yoked like that, and 9 years of it. Do you feel like he's coming around? What's going on? How do you handle that? Because guys, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine dealing with that kind of situation where I am today. How I, deal with the Most High and the laws and it would be a red flag for me to get with someone who say like not in the truth and really be like getting married to them and, in a relationship. I don't even see how that would be possible. So you said you deal with him with a lot of patience. Okay. Well, praise the higher. That's how we're supposed to. So because you understand the truth and how you're supposed to be submissive, you can't really can you bring the information to him? Have you brought this information to him? Patient and submissive. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't really bring it up, basically. Basically, you don't talk about it. Is that it? So, I mean, that's trying. That's hard. Yes, I did. He don't want to deal with. Okay. Yeah, I got it. So, yeah, that is, that's hard, man. It takes a lot of patience on both of your part to, to deal with that type of situation. I commend you both because it's hard, Now, the fact that and you were GOCC, so at one point you're talking about leaving Babylon, that's a conversation or something that you're dealing with. How do you deal with that? He loves the world, but he still wants to dwell with me. Yeah, I get you. So he loves the world, but he still wants to be with you. So, but do you discuss about getting out of Babylon? How is that working into the equation? Because it's hard. Yeah, I can imagine, and especially when you start seeing all this stuff going on, and like you need to be getting out of harm's way.
Well, I think that, like she said, being patient is, the Bible says patience is virtue.
Right.
So if you're patient with them, you're going to get some better results because nobody really makes up their mind too fast nowadays because there's got so many distractions like the TV, the radio.
So what do y'all think that I mean, I'm not the right person for these kinds of situations. So I'll ask some other sisters, like, what do y'all think? And what do y'all think about this?
Hold on just a moment.
Okay. This is a hard situation. And I feel, listen, this is what I be talking to my sisters about. I don't know, guys. That's a hard one. to be in that situation. And I know a few sisters like that. They're in the situation. Their husband is not waking up, or he's in the truth, but he's not thinking about leaving. And you think, you should be moving in that direction of getting out, but they're
Right.
not thinking like that, and they're not doing. What do you do?
Well,
What do you do?
I think the main thing is to connect yourself with someone who has similar ideas. Uh, you might not be blessed to get someone that's in GOCC if you're in GOCC, and if you're in IUIC, you might have the same kind of issue. But for me, um, my significant other is uh, talking about the fact that he knows one day he's going to have to leave here. Okay,
Okay,
so that's a
that's
start.
a good start. Go
That's a
ahead.
good start. Okay, because if you go to another country, it would be good to have some male backup because a lot of the women don't work. They're at home baking cookies, and when you go
Mhm.
out in public, you're kind of thought of as a little bit promiscuous because you're a
Mhm.
woman and you're out there and you're not dressing like the other women. So
Mhm.
people don't know what to think of you when you're, in a different country and you haven't learned how to, dress properly and cover yourself and all that. So here recently, a young girl come in my store and she said was dressed improperly, and I heard one of the customers say, "Here comes another one showing everything she got." And so I took time and I explained to the young lady that, next time you come out, just, cover up a little more because you don't know who's looking. There's people looking at you and you don't even know they're looking at you. And I said, "Who is this person next to you?" She says, "This is my mother." Well, she was kind of skippily dressed. And I says, "Explain to her how important it is to cover yourself up because anything bad could happen to you if you're attracting bad people to you." And the same thing with a husband or a boyfriend. If you are experiencing some things with him that you have not been experiencing before, and it's very possible that you're not the only one in his cupboard. Okay? So if you're not the only coffee cup in his cupboard, then it's a problem somewhere. Don't be naive and think that you're the only one because men are always looking at all the women. They will break their neck looking at another woman if they're showing everything that that they got to show. And my best advice is to save something for the wedding. Okay? If you wear a tight blouse, wear a loose skirt. If you wear a loose blouse, then wear a tight skirt. Don't wear everything tight. Don't show all your curves. Save some of your curves for the wedding. So, don't put all your goods on the table at one time. Because believe you me, they're going to talk about it and they're going to brag about it with their coworkers, their friends. You're not going to know they're talking. Just don't
Mhm.
give them nothing negative to talk about. You know.
Mhm. And that's in a nutshell, like, ladies, keep your legs closed, basically.
Yeah, that's a nice way of saying. My mother used to say that. To keep your
Mhm.
legs closed, keep your dress down. That's the
Yeah,
kind of thing I'm talking about. In other
yeah,
words, don't lay your pearls before swine. If
right.
somebody just want to be with you so they can get what you got, and then after they get what you got, they going on about their business. You haven't heard from them. It's been 2 weeks, and they haven't even called you. Then you did something wrong. Okay.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
got to keep the only way you're going to control a marriage is to control the water faucet. Girls, turn the
Yeah.
water faucet off. Okay, turn it off, and then you'll get your man. Okay. I mean,
Mhm.
there's a lot of things that I could tell you, but I can't tell it on this show because this show is more about how to keep your holy tabernacle pure, how to keep Christ in your life,
Right.
how to keep the infiltration from taking over you, let alone
Mhm.
taking over some other folks. Every day
Yeah.
you're gonna have a challenge. Wake up. Expect a challenge. Wake up.
Mhm. And it's real. The infiltration is
The
real, and that's
infiltration
why.
is real. It
Yeah,
got my
yeah. I
attention.
try to
Look,
tell people, because people just.
I was at work. It got my attention. I'm like, I gotta chime in on this one.
Yeah, man, it's not going to stop because the children of Israel are trying have to. There's some place that we got to get to.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
The powers that be is not going to stop. It's
Yeah.
not going to stop, brothers and sisters. So, you know, and a lot of people aren't like Sister Connor, and I thank the Most High for even considering me for this task. You know, I'm willing to stand up. I'm willing to speak for my people, and
Yeah.
I'm not
Sister Connor, it's a righteous journey that you're on. And
praise the
God
highest.
loves you for that. He praises you every day for that. I get up every morning, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I
Mm-hmm.
pray. And I do it
Praise the
every day. And I've been so blessed because of it. And I would tell someone who's trying to get their life back on track, if you just pray, as soon as you
yeah,
wake up, before you put
yeah,
your feet on the floor, pray.
praise the highest.
Before the sun come up, pray. Okay?
Yeah,
Have a little chat with the one who lets you breathe. Okay?
praise the highest.
I mean, I can't make it any more simple than that. I mean,
That's what we got to do.
I'm
That's
trying to bring, I'm trying to, um, how do you say it? I'm trying to bring the ones over that are supposed to be coming over. This message is not for everyone. It's for the ones who want to live a righteous life and want to benefit from the righteous kingdom. Because in a minute, that's all you're going to have. I see people suffering now because they don't have any of the righteous kingdom. They don't understand nothing about it.
yes, sis. Yes, praise the highest. So I thank you, sis. We needed them Jews, and it helps our
Well,
sister,
I
and it gives
appreciate
us.
my sisters that gave valuable comments also, and Brother Babakaya. We
Yeah,
love you.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. A lot of
because
people.
I'm telling you, somebody's gonna see this message after the fact, Sister Connor, and not
Yeah.
just today. It's several days after the fact. They're gonna run across this message, and they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I can get some help. Here's
Hmm.
some area where I could get some help in."
Well,
I mean,
listen,
I
guys.
mean,
I don't know.
we all need help. We got plenty of women saying, "Oh, I can't find anybody to help me. I got money in my pocket, but I can't find anybody to help me get in this work done. I need help on this. I need help on that." The first help we need is right here. Got to change your mind about some things. And if you think you can't do any more, then just press. You think you can't do nothing else, Sister Connor, and you've been aggravated to the point of breaking. Press, my sister.
I'm praying.
Connor,
Listen,
you're doing a good job.
yeah, I'll be praying, and I'm fasting. I'm fasting. Not that the Most High isn't blessing me or keeping me, or it's for the children of Israel. My prayer
Right.
is for you all. You know what I'm saying? For
Yeah.
y'all to understand the depths of this trial that you on. You know, to
Well,
really understand.
you got a wicked kingdom, and you got a righteous kingdom. You can't be in both.
Yeah, but you are in the world, but you're not of the world. You are
Right.
actually in both, and you're
Yeah.
dealing with both. But our brothers and sisters really need to understand this test that they're going through, and I don't think a
Yeah.
lot of people really take that in consideration. They don't really understand that it's a test, and that they know that they need to pass it. People are really looking at this in the wrong way. And then once you understand that you're being tested and there's
Right.
something that you're supposed to do, that there's a correct decision to make opposed to the wrong decision, then you'll operate differently. But when you don't know that you're being tested, you're just
Right.
thinking you're going along. But it's not
Well,
that.
the
It's a
Bible
test.
says that many are called, but few are chosen.
Yeah.
So if you get chosen, then it's going to be because you've done something right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You made the right choice. You
A
have to make
right, a
the right
right choice.
choice.
And then a lot of girls are having trouble with their men because they're not making choices. They're just like right there in the middle. You can't sit on the fence. They don't respect you when you sit on the fence anyway. Mhm.
Yeah, but see, that's what I don't want to be offended. That's why I said I'm not the right person like to really be talking about these situations because I'm very straight forward with people, and I
Mhm.
tell people like, look, you know, that this is my way of telling people, like, you're being tested. You got to
Right.
make the right decisions. We
Right.
we we're coming to the valley of decision with the
Valley
Most
of
High.
decision. There you go.
Right.
Good girl.
So yeah, so you have to really know that you're being tested, and you have to make the right choice.
Hmm. And I will encourage some of the ladies who are listening to go to Proverbs 31 and read about the lady who was doing all these different kinds of work and trying to keep her household together. She was not waiting on a man to do anything. In fact, there's another story in the Bible where Yashaya was talking to the man at the pool of Bethesda, and he says, "Take up your bed and walk." Okay?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
the man thought, well, I'm sitting here. I can't find a man to help me. I can't find a man to put me in the pool.
Hmm.
So he had to come to the realization that Yeshua was explaining to him that, nothing's happening for you here at this location. So now
Hmm.
it's time to go to another location.
Hmm.
Okay, take up
Hmm.
your mat. But you're going to
Hmm.
need your bed or your mat to sleep on where you're going. You can't leave it here because you're not coming back here.
Right.
This place gonna burn to the ground. You not coming back here. So
Mm-hmm.
save your money. Get ready for the journey. I love you, and
Hmm.
I yield back.
Praise the highest, sis.
Yeah,
Well, we're gonna see the outcome to this whole story.
yeah. We're
You
the
know,
generation that's the first generation that makes it home.
yeah,
Okay.
it's unfolding right in before our eyes. So
Yes, it
we're
is.
gonna see the outcome. Praise the higher.
Yeah.
You know, bless it. So we've been on 5 hours talking. So bless you, sis. I thank you for coming on, for sharing your testimony, and we're gonna talk more about this. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I love my people,
Yes,
and I
yes,
love my people enough to tell them the truth.
yes. Praise the
And
high.
I don't have the best video today, but it's important to get the information out as quickly as we can. And
Yeah,
I sent you a few things. I don't know if you had time to review them just yet. I sent you
yeah.
a couple of things,
I
but
sent a few of them.
yes,
Thank you for that. I didn't
yeah,
get a
and
chance to post anything up today, but
it's
next
okay.
week we'll go to
It's
that.
it's okay. I'm glad there's an open door somewhere where somebody is concerned about our people because our
Yeah.
people are so lost. So many of us, our people are lost, but there's going to be a remnant that's going to come up out of here, and he has already chosen his number ones. He's choosing
Yeah,
his number twos now.
yeah,
So
yes, yes.
don't wait to be number five, okay?
Please
Please
don't wait.
don't wait to be
Mhm.
number five because after he chooses his number twos, he's gonna choose his threes, fours, and fives. Five is the
Uh-huh.
number of blessing, and he's given us plenty of time. He's given us everything. It boils down to what Sister Connor was saying.
Mhm.
We need to make a choice about whether we're going to choose to be Christ or we're
Mhm.
going to choose to be lost. Because if you're
Mhm.
lost, you're going to burn. Okay, that marriage is beautiful. Marriage is honored um, because the Bible says he honors marriage, and you don't.
Mhm.
It's better to marry than to burn. If you're an
Mhm.
Israelite woman, you're supposed to have a husband at some point. You're going to get a husband. Somebody's going to point one to you. It's better
Mhm.
someone to point one to you than for you not to have one at all. Because if somebody points somebody to help take care of me, I wouldn't be
Mhm.
out here working no two jobs. Okay.
Mhm.
And the
Mhm.
Lord sent a man along. He says, I'm just going to give you one job and I'm going to increase your pay by $5 per hour.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay. So now I'm going to be saving even more money. Okay. But it's going to come a day when I got to get on the plane before we can't before we can't even get a plane. Okay. I'm
Mhm.
outside now. So it's kind of bright out here. I might be coming in a little bit too bright for you.
No, it's
Let's
fine.
see if I
No,
can get in the shadow.
no, you're fine, sis. You're fine.
Yeah.
It's
So
okay.
just know in your spirit that follows the still quiet voice. That's what I told my daughter, the one when we
Mhm.
were speaking earlier about her getting her MBA from Purdue. I've been telling her since she was knee high to a duck to listen to the still quiet voice. Even if you don't listen to mama, okay? I need you to listen to that still quiet voice that's inside of you. He's going to help you, he or she is going to help you make a righteous decision, a right decision. Sometimes I just say right decision. I don't always use the word righteous because people don't know what that means because it's antiquated. You know, we got places in the in our society where people don't hear these words. See, in the end time, the Bible says that we're not going to be starving for food. There's going to be plenty of food. What we're going to be starving for is the word of God. See? Isn't that something?
Yeah.
And so that's
funny
what we're
that you
talking
brought
about,
that
the
up.
word of God.
Listen, we already in a famine as far as food wise, because ain't none of this food real.
No. And watch out for the meats. That they say they're putting stuff in the meats now. And they've been doing it for quite a while, okay? And it didn't just start 36 months ago. They've been doing it for a while now, and they say that nuclear waste is being put in the fields where the food is being grown, and then it's being sold to fast food. So for you girls who care about your good looks and you care about your waistline, you may want to be cooking at home now. Okay, choosing some vegetables to eat. Try to get at least 5 to 8 vegetables every day, and drink
And
your
listen, and even the vegetables ain't real. Like I'm
No, even
really
the vegetables are not real. That's
like
true.
broccoli, cauliflower, all this stuff ain't real.
No, no. So, your body will know real food when you taste it. No, you haven't lost your taste buds. Okay, and if you got Christ in your life, if you got Christ in your life, then you are gonna know what's real and what's not real. Okay, because your anointing is going to be working.
Praise higher.
Well, your brain gonna work, your backbone gonna work, your DNA is gonna work. And when you put something in your mouth, then you're gonna know if it is quality food or not, or if it just come out the can and somebody heated it up and set it out there for you to get off of a bar. If you're going to the bar 3 and 4 times a week, you're not getting quality food. You're gonna have to go and gather some of this food. Go out in the country and pick some peas or gather some collards. There's some people sell them on the side of the road. They literally say have a sign out there that says we have a private garden. If you would like to purchase something, drive down this road. You got to look for those kind of places and find some food that's grown out in the country, not all this commercial food that's mass produced. If it's mass produced, there's a high probability that it ain't nothing.
Yeah, it's a mess.
Now, Louis Farrakhan said something about the nuclear waste being put in the food, but we've been warning people about this food for years. Okay? So you're not going to make it out of here if you're drinking dirty water and drinking dirty food. And stay away from some of these crowds because that's where shots ring out. Okay? And try to get home before dark. Okay? My mother used to say, night don't have no eyes. This is word to the wise. If you're wise, then you can receive this. But if you're not wise, you're not going to be able to receive what Miss Sandy got to say. Okay? Right. My name is Shandell AHAYAY. That's my Hebrew name. Everybody else called me what my daddy called me. Okay? But before I was Shandell AHAYAY, I was just Sandy. Okay? Yes. And I went to Hebrew school and I learned a lot of things, but I was already digging and searching for my Cherokee heritage. I didn't have it all. I just didn't have all the information. Okay. Well, we'll talk about that another time. I got to get going.
Okay.
And my boss already called me from my other job and wants me to come. My boss from my job is already called me in the middle of this podcast and told me to show up at work because here where I am, it is almost 3:00. It's about 2:30 here where I am. I have to be at work at 3, so I can't stay too much longer. But I love you all, and the God I serve, He loves you. You're somebody special, and God loves you. And I'm not talking about no God from no wicked kingdom. I'm talking about the THM. Is it THM? Did I get that right?
Is his name Ahaya? His name is Ahaya.
It's the TMH. In America, they call him the TMH, the Most High, right?
Yeah,
but the
he
Most High has a name.
Yes.
Okay, and his name is Ahaya.
Yes.
Ahaya means.
All right. Let's praise him. He wants to be praised and he wants to be glorified. So let's put the name out.
He wants to be glorified. Okay.
The water.
That's right.
The water.
The water.
We're going to glorify him today. That's what it's all about. You know? Praise Ahaya, sis.
Well, I'm chiming out now.
Okay.
Love you, sis.
Oh, bye. I smacked myself in the face.
Praise Ahaya.
Okay,
Shalom.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom, Israel.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I can't see nothing. Okay.
I'm trying to get off now.
Yeah, I'm going out too. Shalom.
Shalom. Oh, no,